like this. Hit it.
The Roger Report live morning show, weekdays at 9 a.m.
Say y'all, I was on Roger's panel a few times and I couldn't take it. The heat. I got out the kitchen. It was hot. I was sweating. I had to get out.
He's Roger, and he's right.
Check this out.
We can live or die. You choose. I have spoken to you a lot of times in hatred and anger, and you have not heard me. Well, you had better hear me today. If you won't listen to me when I make an appeal for the Negroes because you have no concern for the Negroes, listen to me when I make an appeal for America. You claim you love America. Well, we love America. But you are driving us back and you are making a Samson out of us, and we are going to pull down the pillars. And then you think we have no right to ask for something? Is it too much to ask you to grant us human dignity? Should we be put down and shot to death for this request? If so, you can aim your guns. What the hell do you think we care about dying if you're going to deny us the right to live?
Good morning, folks, and welcome to another edition of the Roger Report Live, the best show on social media. If you are new to the channel, go ahead and take a moment out to hit that like button, because this is where you're going to find the best content on social media, and you don't have to worry about it because you're going to have me right here to make sure that happens. And if you've already been coming to the channel for a while, then go ahead and hit that like button, because you already know what time it is, and you know that this is where you're going to get the best content on social media. It's not a mystery to you at this point. You've seen other people do it, and you've seen other people do it well. But what you have not seen is anyone do it quite the way I do it. So make sure you hit that like button. And everyone, yes, everyone, take a moment out to share the content, y'all. There are so many people who need to get great content like this, and it's just a small thing you can do to help the world be a better place. And isn't that what we want at the end of the day? Don't we want the world to be a better place? Well, of course we do. So share the content now. Share it through your social media, share it through word of mouth, or even text someone's phone. But do what you got to do to help spread the word. All right, folks, we are back with another fantastic edition of the Roger Report Live. I'm sure it's going to get interesting, as it always does around these parts. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to be good. So I hope everybody's having a good Friday. If your Friday wasn't good, I'm pretty sure it's going to brighten up a little bit right now, because that's what we do at the Roger Report Live. We make things a little bit better. All right. So first, I want to say shout out to all the people who give me views on a regular basis, because y'all make up the fam around here, and I appreciate you big time. Appreciate you big time. Shout out to all the people who leave comments after the stream, because you are definitely helping with the algorithm. And sometimes y'all, jog my mind to get some good thoughts up. You never know what I'm gonna do with a comment. All right, shout out to all the people who hit that like button. Y'all know that's critical. You got to hit the like button, okay? No matter how new something is, no matter how old something is, you hit that like button. I'll get you the best content available on social media. Just throw me a like button. You know what I'm saying? Hit that like. And shout out to all the people who hype me up every chance they get, because a new way to show support, and I know people can't do it every single time. So thank you to all the people who do it every single chance they get, because I definitely appreciate it. Definitely appreciate it. And that's real talk. And shout out to the people who go above and beyond the call of duty and they become financial contributors of the stream because y'all allow me to do things that I wouldn't be able to do without you and to make better content for you. So I appreciate that. I appreciate that big time. And I want to say shout out to the people who are checking in, because when you get going, it's always great to see that you got a few people riding with you. And y'all know how we do around here. You know, first one in. And that is what we like to call the Highlander of today's stream. Shout out to my main man, MJD the second. He has done it again. There's one more for him. Shout out to you, my brother. And y'all, if you ain't been Highlander, stop playing. That's all I can say. If you ain't been Highlander yet, stop playing. You got to get you some. Shout out to my main man, Trail Billy, coming through right behind him, representing as he always does. Hashtag long live the habitual line steppers. Hashtag Negroes in the wilderness. Hashtag dignity over vagina. Hashtag Al Gore's babies. Hashtag hell Hydra. Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. We got Tunner running in the building. What's going on, my brother? Great to see you. Floyd Thompson is checking in at the cool table. Yay. Glad to have you. We got the one, the only, the pitmaster himself, Chef Mike's Round Table. Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to you. And shout out to the pit crew. Mr. Suge, to you. Shout out to J-Dub. Glad to have y'all here. Y'all do make a difference. Shout out to Dolomite. What's going on, my brother? Great to see you. Bucket is in the building. Glad to have you. Music Man is at the cool table. We got the Liquor Creek coming up at the cool table. Good to have you. Jerome Payne, what's going on, my brother? What's going on? Great to see you, brother. Great to see you. Y'all, and we about to get into this. A heck of a subject for a Friday. Y'all, we're going to dive into the sexless marriage. Okay? We're going to dive into the sexless marriage because it's some crazy stuff that goes on. You got men who are out here committing to women, saying, hey, baby, it's going to be you. Nobody but you. And a lot of women like this idea of being the only one. A lot of them do like the idea of being the only one. But then, as soon as they feel really good about securing a man, and that she is going to be that only one, once the marriage goes down, I ain't going to say you ain't going to get it in the beginning. Not going to say that. Okay? I'm just going to say, as people tell it, you can get it in the beginning almost when you want to. As a man, you can almost get it when you want to. But that's at the beginning. As time goes on, life does what life does. And we understand life will get busy. And some of this stuff will have a little bit to do with the age that people get married at. Now we got to point out the fact that for whatever reasons, a lot of black men, well, let's say this, the marrying age has gotten older. I'll say that. Okay. A lot of the women, the average age of women last time I heard about it was 32.2, I believe it was. It was past the age of 30. So black men are marrying old ladies, okay? Black men are marrying old ladies. And if you think I'm saying something, no, I'm just saying women are old at 30 because that's just biology. I'm not saying you actually some old hag. I'm not saying that. I'm saying when it comes to, your biological clock, at 30, you old. It's that simple. Now, we can say what we want to say. You can feel how you want to feel. You can feel like you 13. You can feel like you're 15 as a woman. You can feel you just as fertile as you was when you was 19, 20 years old. That's totally up to you how you want to feel. But the reality is when you 30, you old. It just is what it is. When it comes down to the main reason people get married, men get married to produce families. Okay. Now, women, I'm going to say in today's terms, they may not get married as much to produce a family anymore. seems like a lot of women amongst black women are simply getting married to extract things from a man. Some of them want the security of a marriage. You can say that. But it looks like most of them are getting married to extract something from a man. Now, people may say, well, Roger, that's an unfair statement. No. If you get married to a man and you asking for divorces most of the time, and most of the marriages ain't making it, that means you getting married to extract from a man. Now, maybe you want a kid or two without being called a baby mama. So you're trying to avoid that. So you get married so you can have the kid you want, the 2 kids you want, or maybe the 3 kids, whatever it is. And then she want to get up out of there because she didn't want to be called a baby mama. She wanted to be able to tell some other chick, no, somebody married me, and then I had my children. You know, some women want to be validated in areas like that. But if they're asking for divorces, most of the time when the divorce comes up, if women are the main drivers of divorce, it's stupid for us as men to not believe that they're not getting married to extract things from us. Now, what the heck did this got to do with a sexless marriage? Well, if your goal was just simply to extract from a man, wouldn't it make sense that after a little bit of performing in the beginning of a marriage, a woman would start headed toward a sexless marriage? What, don't that make sense? I mean, when you think about it, y'all, and y'all know what they say, hindsight is 20/20. So sometimes it's better to look at somebody else's situation in hindsight than have to look at your own in hindsight. Not gonna say it happens every single time, but let's be realistic. You know, why folks get married and what is fun for adults? Adult fun is having sex. Just is what it is. Okay? Adult fun is having sex. Now, it's to me, it's no mystery that you would have places that have been tracked and they said, well, you know, there's poverty in these areas, there's not much to do in these areas. And when you look at things over time, people who didn't have a whole lot going on was having a bunch of kids. Now, why was that going on? Because fun for adults is sex. That's what adults do to have fun. Some of them do it just to pass the time. It is what it is. Okay? So now, if a woman gets married to a man and she loves that man, she's going to be willing to have sex with that man. Now, if a woman gets married to a man and she doesn't love that man, sometimes sex is performative. You know, she's doing it because she feels obligated to do it to get the benefits she has by being in her married situation with him. Now, some women don't believe those married situations are good enough anymore, so they just get out the marriage. But then there's also women who want the benefits of the marriage, but they don't want to have sex with the man, that they still want to be exclusive to them. And guys, we gonna have to ask ourselves a question. Okay. Shout out to the Great Black Reset. Appreciate the super chat, my brother, and thank you for helping me get off to the good start. He said the irony of this topic. I mean, real talk. When you think about dealing with a sexless marriage, I mean, the statement, just that term, sexless marriage, it's a lot of irony in that alone. Okay, a lot of irony in that alone. And see, this is the thing. You know, women want some guy to be exclusive to them. Okay, and I'm pretty sure it makes them feel like they're a good wife if their man is going to be sexually exclusive with them. But they want this sexual exclusivity, but then don't want to have sex. And I got to ask myself, why would a woman get married to a man that she does not want to have sex with? Doesn't make sense at the end of the day. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, y'all, you know what? I got somebody, I'm just going to assume they knew. I'm going to assume they knew. Because y'all know I like to do a little bit of a monologue before I open it up and let people up. But we got somebody by the name of K. Marie. And I'm going to say, since this is a woman, and they very much going to be a subject of today's show, she clearly don't know no better, but I'm going to let her up early. So, K. Marie, just chill for a second. Okay, we going to let you up and, see if you can speak your word. But before we bring you up, I'm gonna give you some rules of the show so they won't be a surprise to you. Okay, I know you're backstage right now and you can hear me. I'll let you up in a moment, but I'm gonna go over the rules of the show because I'm assuming you're a new person. Okay, and maybe you've been around for a little while, but regardless, the rules of the show need to be said every once in a while anyway. So here's a good chance to say them. Okay, so number one rule of the show here at Roger Report Live: no talking over the host. That would be me. So no talking over me. That ain't gonna work. That's not gonna work because keep in mind we're putting on the show. Number two, you have to stick to the subject of the show. That means people gonna have to have a little self-control. Stick to the subject of the show. Number three, be respectful to others as they speak. Okay, we'll respect you, but we gonna need you to respect the other people. Number four, everyone is afforded a 2-minute uninterrupted opening statement. Use it wisely. Number five, different opinions are welcome, but you must remain respectful at all times. Number six, keep the cursing to a minimum. Yes, we don't want cursing all over the show, okay? So those are the rules. I'm going to let you come up a little early. You know what? And since I'm letting her up early, anybody who wants to come up, y'all come on. I ain't going to worry about the regular monologue I do for about 30 minutes. Well, it's the first 30 minutes of the show. Just come on up, y'all. Just come on up. All right? But I am going to say, before I turn the mic over to K. Marie, to me, it's very interesting. Okay? It's very interesting that women would like to have a man be in a exclusive relationship sexually, but she doesn't want to have sex with said man. It's just a crazy way to think about things when you think about it. Okay, that's just a crazy concept. But K. Marie, I'm gonna let you get the mic. You will have a 2-minute uninterrupted open statement. Go ahead and say whatever you like. K. Marie, you are there. You have the mic. Go ahead and say whatever you like. Okay.
Hey, I don't know if can you guys hear me?
Okay, we hear you. We hear you.
Okay, I'm stepping away from my office. I'm gonna chime back in shortly. If someone else wants to go first, that's completely fine. That way, I'm not in the office having this conversation.
No, it's totally good, totally good. Okay. Well, we gonna respect that. We gonna respect that. You know what? We got the Great Black Reset who done slipped on up here real quick. You know, I said people can come on up since I slowed down for her. So Great Black Reset is here. So therefore, Great Black Reset, I'm gonna go ahead and give you the mic, my brother. You got it.
What's happening? What's happening, Roger? Man, I miss you guys, man. I've been gone for a few days, and I miss you guys, man. Everybody in the chat, I miss y'all, even if y'all don't miss me. Great to be back, and I come back to Roger breaking the rules for the lovely ladies. Boy, I tell you, boy, I came back just in time. Roger is breaking character. You know what I'm saying, for the ladies. But that's nice. That's nice. You know. But very ironic. We talk about sexless marriages today, and I just got married. What you trying to do, Roger? What you trying to do? But this is an important topic. I think this is an important topic for the fellas to discuss. Important topic for the ladies to discuss. I think sexless marriages normally are a power play for women, one way or another, and it's something that should not be tolerated by fellas under any circumstances. Now I know these women gonna be talking about, oh, what if she got medical issues and all this other kind of stuff? Well, hey, you need to let him get another wife. I'm gonna start with that. I know they ain't gonna like it, but that's where I'm starting this day. But I'm gonna land right there.
Well, I'm gonna say congratulations. I'm gonna say that. You say you got married, so I'm gonna start with a congratulations, and I'm gonna pray that this is never gonna be a situation that you even got to worry about. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay. Hopefully
That's
your
right.
marriage goes in a way where this don't even come up for you. You know, and that's
That's right.
just real talk. Okay, that's real talk. Uh now I'm
Yeah,
gonna say I
I,
personally
I want I
go
want to
ahead.
say this real. I want to say this real quick. I apologize. I'm breaking rule number one. My wife does watch the show. She likes it. She's been watching the show for a while, at least since I've been visiting here, and she tells me all the time she loves the show. She loves the topics, and she likes to hear us talk about the things we talk about. So I'm not a hypocrite up here. I be talking trash, but she agrees with me.
You know what? Well, let me say this, man. Let me give you an extra congratulations for having such a brilliant wife. Now, I don't know much about your wife, but I know she listened to the show. And if she's a regular listener, I'm going to say she must be a brilliant woman. I don't know how you lucked up on her, but I'm glad you did. That's what I'm going to
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
do.
Thanks,
So
sir. I'm trying to be like Tunnel Runner, man. I'm trying to be like Tunnel Runner when I grow up.
don't mess around, come up here with the coconut pancakes.
Man, what you talking about?
Well, that's all right. That's all right. Glad to hear that, brother. Glad to hear it. Real talk. Real talk. Um, okay, and just so K Marie, you just unmute whenever you're ready to jump in. You know, you said you were kind of moving around, so just unmute your mic whenever you're ready to jump in, and we'll make some way for you. Okay. All right. Now I'm gonna say, y'all, real talk. A sexless marriage is something I would personally never really consider having. Um, I would make it a point to let anyone that I marry know that one of her main jobs is to have sex. I'm going to expect that on a daily basis. Now, I do have an understanding it won't happen every single day because there'll be times when she'll be on her cycle. So, you know, I'm going to let that go. There'll be times where I'm possibly too tired because, you know, I did a whole lot that day and just don't feel like it. There will be times when she's going to do a whole lot that day and she won't actually feel like it. Because, you know, things happen. You know, sometimes you visit family visits you. Sometimes there's a big thing going on. Sometimes people make a big deal about, say, their child's birthday. Sometimes folks are graduating, and you know, it's not regular conditions, so you're not gonna have sex every single day. But I'm gonna already put it out there. That's the mission. The mission is to basically have it every day. We know there's gonna be some days it ain't gonna happen, which is fine. But what we not gonna do is line me up to be exclusive sexually with somebody who don't want to have sex with me. That's what we not gonna do. Okay. We got no intentions of that. You know, and I've said before, y'all, you know, me and some friends talked about this at a particular time. And I'm gonna say it's sad to say that I was literally in a room full of men and women, and the people that was married were not having sex, and the people that were single was having sex. That don't even make sense. And to me, that should have never happened. Okay, as a single man, it's supposed to be harder for me to have it than some married people. And I'm gonna say it's extremely bad when married people ain't having it more than single people. I'm going to just say that in general. That's just ain't supposed, not on a regular basis. That ain't never supposed to happen. Okay. As a single man, I'm supposed to be out there trying to get it. As a married man, it's supposed to be available. You know, now obviously, based on actions, a lot of black women don't believe in that. I'm gonna say based on actions because they may tell us anything, but the actions don't really ring true. Because when I start asking people about this, and I had just a regular old friendship conversation, and that really made me start asking strangers what's popping off. And I hate to tell y'all, a lot of men do tell me they don't really have sex once they get married. We had it in the beginning. That's what I get. We had it in the beginning, but then as time went on, it didn't really pop off like that. That sounds quote unquote scary to me. Y'all will never hear me say I'm afraid of too much of anything. But to be with a woman who doesn't want to have sex with me, now that sounds scary. That sounds crazy in my book, for real talk. And that's just a situation I'll never want to be in, you know?
I'm gonna chime in for a second if that's okay, so I can get back into my office.
Go right ahead.
I'm a black woman, and let's start there. And I agree with what you guys are saying. To me, as a form of manipulation, so why enter into something in a covenant with a man if you're not trying to give it up? Now, what if that man say, "I'm not paying the mortgage"? You feel stupid, right? My husband and I, even if we have a disagreement, I've never denied him. He can wake me up out of my sleep and get it. I'm not going to say, "Oh, I'm too tired." But that also comes with knowing who your partner is or who your person is, right? So if you know they had a long stretch of a day and it was taxing, then 90% chance they may not want to engage. But, you don't want to take away from the intimate moment that connects your soul. If someone, if I was a man, I'm going to be real. If I was a man, I'd be like, yeah, she ain't for me. She probably giving it to somebody else. You should never withhold sex from your man at all. That's how you connect with him. But you expect him to still pay the bills or get your nails and your hair done, that shows a lack of interdependence. Or you're basically at that point, you're trying to manipulate and control something where you're not even the headship. So that's as brief as I can put it right now because I'm actually at work. But I agree. And a lot of the Western women think with that ideology, unfortunately.
You know what?
I like her. I like her.
I just, don't enter into, not even with a regular relationship, don't enter into something. A covenant is a communication or the foundation that you set before you hop into it. Even as a single woman, if that man is doing everything that he needs to do and all he's asking you to do is be his peace, why are you withholding? That's stupid. Y'all get mad when they run off to these white women. Y'all part of the problem. A part of the problem. And I'm happy to say I have a strong black man and I understand headship. He ain't never got to ask for it. I wake him up out of his sleep sometimes. And I'm going to leave it there so I can hop back.
Salute
He introduced me to this. He introduced me to this show.
Salute to that brother. Salute to that brother. Okay.
So let's be real. Y'all get more out of y'all men if y'all stop trying to control and manipulate them. Be fair. Be fair. It's simple. And a lot of women won't like me after this, but I don't care.
Well, somebody got to spread the gospel out here. Somebody got.
It doesn't take that much to just. Come on now. You open your lips for somebody you're not married to. Open them for your husband. That's a bigger difference. That shows that weight that hits different. But yet, y'all HOEs are out here just opening y'all lips for everything else. Let's be real.
Hey, shout out to the bright star. He say, and that's why she's married.
She did.
All right, I'm listening, but I'm gonna chime out, y'all.
Great Black Reset, you going in and out. We're not hearing you, brother. We're not hearing you. And since we're not hearing you, I'm gonna say shout out to Watts in the Man Cave. He said, "Who is this?" hey. Every once in a while, you get a pretty brilliant woman that show up, a pretty brilliant woman. And shout out to Barefoot Becky from Arkansas. Man, I do appreciate your names. I just want you to know that these names you be coming up with. He say, "That's my baby on the line. She is white." That's my baby on the line. She is white. Well, you know what? I think that's a great point for all the women who get upset about y'all always talk to them white girls. Well, if you was getting down, I wouldn't necessarily be calling this white girl now, would I? That white girl trying to give me something that you ain't trying to give me. Okay? Man. So it is what it is on that note.
Shout out to the brother that married this beautiful sister. Shout out to her job for employing her. She need a raise, she need longer breaks, and she need more vacation time. I like her.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Now I'm gonna say to y'all in the audience, I know y'all focused in on that partner word, but she did actually correct herself. She said person instead of partner. So don't jump on her for we all make a mistake here and there. You can't jump on her for that. She did actually correct herself, so it's all good. You know what I'm saying? I don't see no reason to worry about it. Now, I'm gonna say shout out to you for that, because now I have said, and this is just a realistic idea for me. If I get in the point of a marriage where my wife doesn't want to have sex, I just don't see no reason to pay bills at that point, because to me the marriage over. Now I'm gonna say, y'all, and y'all see, this is the thing. I can only go with information that's available. Women who stop having sex with men, usually that's where divorces start coming somewhat soon after that. It's almost a clear indicator you're about to get divorced. Now, I'm not going to say it ain't some men who going to hold in there, which is why you do have sexless marriages, because men have been programmed to believe that, I got to do it this way. Or sometimes it's about sacrificing for your children. Now, any man who will sacrifice for his child or children, I respect that. So if you're going to stay in a sexless marriage to sacrifice for your own children, that I understand. You're doing it for the kids at the end of the day. I do get that. I totally get that. And me, I ain't going to be so quick to sacrifice in that way. I don't mind sacrificing for my children, but that ain't the way I'm necessarily going to do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm a type of person that's going to just tell the kids what it is, and I'm going to start paying bills, and truth be told, I want this thing over with. And I'm thinking I want this as easy as possible, and I don't want to worry about dealing with a bunch of stuff after we go through a divorce process. And I know people, when I said this, people say, well, no, that's not going to necessarily be the best way to go about it. But I'm going to play dumb in the courtroom. When the judge say something to me about, how come you're not paying the mortgage anymore? Well, Your Honor, I told her she can have the house. It's her responsibility now. You know what I'm saying? If she want that house, she can keep that house. If she don't want to keep it, she don't have to keep it. It is what it is. My name don't even need to be on that house. See, and y'all, for me, this is a very real thing, because I do believe in a marriage home. If you're in your marriage home, because that becomes the family home. If we getting divorced, the family don't exist no more. So why am I paying family bills? I don't get that. And I'm not saying it out of pride. I'm not saying it out of I don't know no better. I'm just saying it out of I do stuff for a reason. I don't mind paying for mine, but if my wife ain't mine, why am I paying for her? I don't get it. I just personally don't understand. So, and to me, I just believe a divorce would be a little bit easier if we just lose the house, if we lose the cars, we can lose it all. You know what I'm saying? I ain't worried about it. We'll be all right at some point. We'll be all right. Okay. But I'm bringing up Chef Mike's round table. Well, you go ahead, Greg. You about to say something before we get in? Go ahead.
Okay, real quick before you bring up the great Chef Mike. We ain't gonna beat you over the head with this thing again today. Well, we're gonna let you have it today. But we gonna stay on the topic of sexless marriages. I think, and I would think most brothers would agree, it's a very cruel thing to do. So I understand why you're saying what your response would be, because you're going through something that's very cruel. I think most women who employ this tactic, and there are some men that do it too, most women that employ this tactic, they understand they're being cruel. They don't understand what it feels like to be victimized by this thing and to go through it, especially when a man has children and he's built the home with you and he's built the life with you and he's committed himself to you and he's serious about you. This is one of the cruelest things you could possibly do to a person while living with them. You're just putting yourself in all kinds of danger when you're doing this thing. But I'm gonna land right there and let Chef Mike come on up.
I want to say real quick before Chef goes, shout out to Yoga, man. I appreciate that, brother. He say, hit the like button, y'all. On your way in, your intimate life may be sexless, but Roger Reports Live may not be likeless. Like, share, and subscribe. Shout out to you, Gil. Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that. Chef Mike, you have the flow, my brother. You have the flow.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to find yourselves on this fantastic Good Friday. Give a happy Good Friday to those who celebrate the holiday. Um, and I'm really coming up, Roger, to call bull on something that you just said, sir.
Of course, of course,
Um,
of course. Why would Chef Mike come up for any other reason?
cause, bruh, we don't push false narratives on the Roger Report Live. And you know what? You talking like you really want to push a false narrative on the Roger Report Live. I've never been to Los Angeles, California. I've never been to Los Angeles, California, right? But I am gonna tell y'all everything I'm gonna do when I get to LA. I'm gonna tell y'all how things gonna be when I get to LA. I'm gonna tell y'all how everybody's supposed to act and respond to me when I get to LA, even though I ain't never been to Los Angeles, California. I hope you see where I'm going with this. I really hope you
Chef,
see where I'm going with this. Because
I see what
wait,
I
wait,
see
wait,
where you're going, Chef.
let me before I go another further. Let me actually have some manners and actually say to you, Great Black Reset, congratulations, bro. Welcome to the
Thank you,
club.
brother. Thank you, brother.
Congratulations, bro. Welcome to the club. You were just starting out, and don't listen to Roger. I'm gonna tell you
At
now.
all.
Don't listen to him.
At all. Not with this subject. At all.
Listen, listen. And I rock with Roger. I do. I rock with Roger. However, on this one, I want to know how you know. How do you know what you gonna tell your wife about the kids? How you know? That's what I want to know. You because it comes across as subject matter expert, but how you know? How you know how you gonna react? How do you know? How do you know you don't?
See, I was
You
trying to
don't know
give some grace.
what the purpose. You don't even know what the reason behind the sexless marriage is because you just see sex. See, here's the thing. It is, and K Marie said this earlier. It is a connection. Now, I'm not gonna get into the religious aspect of it all, but I will agree with one thing you did say, Roger. It is how adults have fun. It is how married adults have fun. And it is playtime for adults. And understand, I do not mean that in a juvenile way by any means. It is a time to connect, to relax, to engage, to disconnect from the rest of the world. And it's a lot that goes into that. See, when you talk about sex in a marriage, you're not talking about just sex. That's what single people do. Single people have sex. And see, when you talk about it, you speak about it as a single person because you're still saying sex. Married people actually make love, make
There you
magic.
go.
And understand this, that is a real thing to be able to make magic because magic happens. You want to know why? You want to know why most single people who have children don't really work it out? Is because they didn't want to have a child in the first place. They didn't want to have a child with a one night stand. They didn't want to have a child with this particular person. They just wanted to get it in one time. And then when they get pregnant, for 9 months, this child feels all of the resentment, the anger that the mother carries. And the child feels the fact that the mother does not want said child. We y'all talking about just sex. But you ain't talking about marriage because there's so much more that goes into a marriage than sex. And Roger, I'm gonna tell you, if you ruin your life by letting your house go, your kids go, your family go over sex, don't ever get married because you yourself, sir, have said your parents are divorced, but y'all still a family. Your parents are divorced, but your father still helps your mother. You said that on this show. So why would you throw away an entire life when that's not the example that you've seen? I'm gonna land my plane right there so we can continue the conversation.
Boy, I'm gonna say Chef came in with the smooth words and all that good stuff. But I'm a man with a plan, Chef. You can do a lot as a man with a plan. But I'm gonna let that go for now. We'll get back to it because we got Bronco that came up and I'm gonna read these super chats. So shout out to Elder Blood. He says, "This is wisdom from the word of God. God exiled men for disobedience, likewise after the flood. God gave men divorce to exile women for disobedience." And I'm gonna say that is true according to the Bible. Yo, you can exile your woman for disobedience. That is a very real thing. And shout out to FLX. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate it. He said, "Hold on, Roger. Couples commit to each other for life and stop having sex." Wow, sounds like the best sales pitch. F out of here. Okay. Now, and I'm gonna say this. I mean, there is a thing about putting the wife away, and I do understand that if a woman is not having sex with you as a husband, I do get that it's not about the sex itself. I do actually get that. It is a symptom of some situation that's going on. But I'm a very confrontational person, so I'm going to confront her about whatever the situation is in the first place. I ain't got no problem with that. But I do understand that if she won't have sex, that means we cannot, based on whatever's going on, we at least have not come to a conclusion about whatever the real problem is. Okay, so I do get that. Shout out to FLX again. He said this dude Chef is a simp, and I'm gonna say, hold on. No, that's not true. That is not true. And FLX, we do not even use super chats to talk trash on any guest because every guest is my guest. And at the end of the day, he is saying some real stuff because sex is about love. It is about making children. It is about making magic with a wife. It is about having a connection. Yeah, I mean, don't think because I'm single, y'all, that I don't understand some things about marriage. I've been around married people my whole life. You know what I'm saying? Which is one of the reasons I picked up on the fact that a lot of women I've dealt with wasn't really ready for a marriage. So we're not
Hold
gonna
on, Roger.
say Chef no simp just because he said some true things,
I,
at the end of the day.
I want to speak. I want to speak to that super chat. If Chef Mike, even after Chef Mike, I think he wants to reply as well.
Well, yeah, go ahead,
No,
Chef. Since you want to rebuttal, go ahead.
I don't. No, I don't want to rebut. I just want to say thank you for the $2. Moving on.
Appreciate that.
Well,
Great Black Respect. Go ahead.
I want to speak to uh, this thing that brothers are calling other brothers simps for having understanding about the connection in marriage. The issue here is it's not even just that he's calling somebody a simp. The issue is that because a lot of the women out here have given themselves away to so many men, it's not fun dating anymore. It's not fun chasing a woman anymore. There used to be magic in dating. There used to be magic in relationships. There used to be magic in even in the sexual experience outside of marriage. But sex is so casual now. Even when you get married, it ain't no big deal anymore. It's like it has become a chore. So there's so much missing from what should be there. Brothers really do feel like when a man is talking about his wife like that, that he's a simp. But you don't know how erroneous you are in saying that because you have only laid down with whores. You just don't know
Well,
it.
what, what? How about we say hoes? Because I don't even want to disrespect the whores. The whores are actual honest working women.
Oh,
Not disrespect the whores, okay? Not disrespect them. And let me say real quick, y'all, because I did put a link in the description that I didn't even mention. Now, interestingly, another black man training up young black, young brothers who are going to be black men one day. Now, why did I put that in there? Because now that technically is some of the stuff that you get when you have married men raising their children. Now, I don't know what the dynamic was with that man and those particular kids. You know, I'm sure that might have been one of his sons or maybe multiple of his sons. It probably was maybe some sons and some friends. Maybe he goes to a church and those were boys from the church. But see, you get good training when you have married men involved in their children's lives. See, things like that going all the time. Now, I'm not saying everybody had to agree with the religious aspect, but you see a man teaching children how to conduct themselves so when they become men one day, they already have a plan on how to handle a situation. So I got to credit black men for that, and I'm going to continue to try to put clips in there, y'all, because black men do so much stuff on a regular basis that we really don't get credit for. So I'm gonna try to be more consistent about putting these things in because I see all these great things that black men do on a regular basis. So I just want to make sure that they get shared and get highlighted. And I'm gonna try to make sure it happens every time we do a Roger Report Live. I ain't gonna do it every single time because I'm human, but I'm gonna at least make an effort to make sure I stick one of those in every single day on the show. But now I'm going to turn it over to Black Uru because he has elder privilege, and then we're going to give it to Bronx. And Black Uru, I just let them go ahead because, of course, they were responding to that particular super chat. But go ahead, my brother.
Oh no, not at all. By all means, thanks for having me, Roger. I hope you and the gentleman and the young lady, gracious young lady who's visiting today, are having a good one. I hope the folks in the public chat are doing well. I hope I'm doing well on my 65th birthday.
happy
Happy birthday!
birthday!
Happy
So
birthday! Happy birthday!
Oh,
Shout out to the elder.
yeah. So happy Friday. um, this subject, sex is marriage. First of all, if you don't mind my saying this, Roger, thanks to Chef for kind of setting you straight about a few things, particularly from an old married man standpoint. Um, you know, there's a lack of candor on the issue of what sex is for women. Sex is very much a part of the tool she uses to acquire men. And her utilization of sex and or lack thereof is almost always going to be tied to whatever position she thinks she has with that man or is pursuing with that man or yeah has or is pursuing with that man. And very often in your sexless marriages, what you have is the woman no longer seeks or wants or thinks she needs to pursue the continued relationship with that man. Now she may think that her position is assured by way of marriage and children and all the financial commitments, or she may actually, and thus it's not necessarily that she does not value the man anymore as much as she's just so comforted in everything he's invested into being with her that she does not feel the continued need to pursue and to use her sex to pursue that man. Or she may actually be either sexless for whatever reasons, maybe something biological going on, something serious mental, emotional going on. And then, of course, the third option, and I think is a growing number of instances, the women are cheating on the men. They're having sex with other men, and thus are concocting reasons to deny or reject the men who committed themselves to them. So there's a lot of dishonesty on this issue, and that's part of the reason why it perpetuates and grows, because the men are often put in this defensive position of, well, all you want is sex, that's all you want from me is sex, and that's all you care about, when the truth is the woman is in most cases the true villain in this situation, and it's enabled by the state, because the more you invest in a family and children and building a life together with a woman, the more that man stands to lose upon extricating himself from that situation, which again is why the prevalence of sexlessness grows in between the hoes, in between her no longer feeling motivated to hold on to you, and a sort of mental and other emotional issues, that might not have anything to do with you, may even predate you. Put all those together, and they definitely contribute to why that is an issue and is growing in prevalence and intensity.
All right. Appreciate the wise words, brother. Appreciate the wise words, and happy birthday to you. And I gotta say, shout out to Trail Bentley, who dropped the happy birthday Uru in the super chat, and appreciate Trail Bentley, and shout out to you for the Trail Bentley tax. Appreciate that big time. And shout out to Afro Merchant, who also says happy birthday, Elder, in the super chat. He says more health and wealth to the great Black Uru. Hashtag long live. And I'm gonna second that notion.
Eddie Murphy, Marlon Brando, same birthday. So I'm in great company.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Your birthday costed me.
I think it's Eddie's 60. I think it's Eddie's 65th too. So I think we have the exact same birthday.
You know what? I hope you enjoy it, and I hope everyone treats you wonderful, especially on a day like today. Mm-hmm. Your birthday costed me money though, because it's my goddaughter's birthday too. So your birthday cost me a little bit of money, but it's all right. It's all right. Shout out to Landon. He say they know how cruel it is because how crazy they get when you deny them during their period. Now I'm gonna say shout out to Landon. Now you know what? That's something I ain't really think about how sometimes some women do react a certain way when they're denied during the period. And I won't say if you deny them in general, when you deny a woman sex for whatever the reason is, they do get a little funny acting sometimes. They do get a little funny acting. But I'm gonna say in a marriage though, because there is this certain commitment and connection you're supposed to have with a person. To me, it's much more egregious when it's a married person denying. That's way. A girlfriend denying me sex, that's one thing. But a wife denying me, I can't even see that in the same realm. That's just so much different when it's a wife. And of course, you're gonna care way more about the wife anyway. So,
Wait a minute, Roger. We ain't gonna just skip over the fact he talking about running red lights out here now. Hold up, man. Some super freaks out here.
My thing is, if it's your wife, it's a different story. I ran the red light once. I'd never do that again. That just that don't work for me. For the brothers who can't do it, salute to y'all.
Turn the lights on. There's a murder scene in there.
Hey, they call it. You know what they call it?
I had a roommate in college who that was their thing, and yeah, I would wake up and it would be. I would be thinking like, damn, dude. I mean, y'all some savages, man. And it's weird too, because he's like a doctor now, and she became some sort of big time news. She became some kind of big time news anchor or whatever, if I recall correctly. So they're very esteemed people today, but they were some fucking savages back then, man.
Well, I do want to turn it over to Brock. I want to turn it over to Brock. He been waiting long enough, and I'm just gonna quote the great Kanye West. He said, "Say something for marriage." You know, so, if you gonna run them red lights, man, I'm just say something for marriage. Brock, you got the flow, brother. You got the flow.
All right, shout out to the panel, shout out to the chat. Happy birthday, Black Guru. 65. That's blessed, man.
Thank you, sir.
That's blessed. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. My dad actually just celebrated his 70th birthday yesterday, so it's a
Well,
beautiful
happy
thing.
belated to your
Oh,
dad,
fellow
brother. Happy
fellow
belated to your
Aries,
dad.
fellow Aries. Tell
Yeah.
your dad say happy birthday. You know, Aries are the masters of the universe, so
Oh yeah,
I'm glad he's in
yeah,
the club.
yeah. Yeah. But a lot of things I can say on this topic, but I think I'm gonna actually take a different angle with this. Um, there are a lot of pro- professing Christians out there that are actually in sexless marriages. And that's wild to me because I used to be a regular churchgoer, and not only did I deal with a sexless marriage myself when I was, I guess walking in the faith, so to speak. I also was around a lot of men who were also dealing with sexless marriages from proclaimed Christian women who are, professing to believe in what that Bible says. So I'm going to pull an excerpt from the actual Bible on this matter. If you're a Bible reader, 1 Corinthians chapter 7, bro. This is what it reads. Now, for the matters you wrote about, it is good for a man not to have sexual relations with a woman. But since sexual morality is occurring, each man should have sexual relations with his own wife, and each woman with her own husband. The husband should fulfill his marital duty to his wife, and likewise the wife to her husband. The wife does not have authority over her own body, but yields it to her husband. In the same way, the husband does not have authority over his own body, but yields it to his wife. Do not deprive each other, perhaps by mutual consent for a time, so that you may devote yourselves to prayer. Then come together again, so that Satan will not tempt you because of your lack of self-control. Okay, and I'm really going to end my opening statements with that.
And you said that was an excerpt from where?
First Corinthians
Corinthians.
chapter 7. 1 Corinthians chapter 7, starting at verse 1.
All right, that's what I figured. I kind of knew you was gonna go right to that. All right. Shout out to Elder Blood. Elder Blood literally just say, "Could someone please read 1 Corinthians 7 and 4 for this discussion on the Rise Report today? I think we'll bring forth more substance to the discussion." Well, Elder Blood, we just got it in. We just got it done. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. All right. And yes, there is a duty when it comes to this stuff. But I'm going to hold fast, y'all. I'm going to hold fast. We got the Ivy Leaguer himself is in the building. It's your fault. It's joining us. So I'm going to go ahead and let him get his opening statement in right now. You got it, my brother.
Salute to you, Roger. Salute to the panel. Hope everyone's doing well. Hopefully, I don't offend anybody by going too far or beating a dead horse. But first of all, the brother who was teaching those boys about praying for a nigga after he fucked up your order, if you ain't praying that nigga go to hell, that's some bullshit. So that I'm gonna get that off my chest. I was really disgusted by that video. Absolutely disgusted by that video on so many levels. Just absolutely disgusted. Now, when it comes to marriage, and first of all, her body, her choice. I absolutely believe that. No, absolutely means no. But what does the Bible also teach us? Big Daddy Solomon, Big Pimpin' David. How many wives did they have? How many concubines did they have? So, first of all, if you married for love, that is your fault. Marriage is for procreation and wealth building. And you up here marrying hoes that you love, then you out here with a dry rod and paying bills, your fault. Because at the end of the day, her body, her choice. But if you ain't cheating, you ain't married, brother. Not Pastor Michael Matt.
You can't say he ain't one of a kind. You can't say that, okay?
Hey, hey, how's off coming here?
he,
And
he's
I
No,
hope,
certainly.
I hope,
I don't even understand how we use.
and I hope I didn't drive too far. I hope I didn't go too far off the cliff.
How, how did we start in the Bible and end up in
I
hell?
don't know, man.
How we
I
do
don't
that?
know.
Quickly. That's what I'm gonna say. Quickly. Well, I'm gonna say this though. To raise a real issue, because I'm gonna say Chef did make a point. Now I'm gonna say this. As a young man, I do understand if a woman's not having sex with her husband, there's an actual issue going on. It's something besides the sex itself. Now, I do think a lot of times this will persist in certain marriages because black men have taught to not be confrontational. And I do think that's kind of why it can go so long, because we're not taught to address it. Me personally, if I were with a woman who didn't want to have sex, I'm going to address it, because I understand if there's a medical reason that she doesn't want to have sex. I get that, and a woman could have a medical reason, which is why I say you're supposed to marry young in the first place, because things could come up, and it's a gamble. Both parties are gambling to some extent. And that's why if you have something wrong with you, I won't really talk to you, because I don't want to take a problem on. I'm looking for
Well,
somebody who don't really have a problem.
well,
So, go ahead.
okay. I just want to say something because I'm being serious here. If you look throughout history, monogamy, like, look, nature has backups, right? That's why when you look in nature, most male animals that are in charge of the group have more than one female counterpart for the creation of offspring. So even in the Bible, where they talk about this and that, Abraham, David, Solomon, everybody, Moses, everybody had more than one wife. So when one just couldn't do it, okay, you let her graze out in pasture. You have, Sally B and Sally A, right?
Well, no, I mean, that is a point. That's why I said earlier, it doesn't make sense to me that women want to have some exclusive sexual relationship with a man that they don't want to have sex with. It just don't even make sense to me. It's a crazy idea to me, you know.
But
So,
because they know that their leverage is with their sex.
Yeah.
And if you
Yes.
add another woman, their leverage is greatly.
Yep. If you got 50 women, one divorce ain't hurting that bad. But if you only got one, that divorce gonna hurt a little bit.
yeah. And that's why I'm saying, for me personally, if my woman don't want to have sex with me, well, almost my wife, because we talking about a marriage. Okay, you got to the point of me actually trusting you enough to propose to you and marry you. So the last thing I ain't finna really listen to you about is how you just don't want to have sex. I will confront you about whatever problem that's going on, because I know it's not the sex itself. So I'm gonna address you about the problem. Now, some people don't like to talk even when they're confronted. So if you can't come up with what the problem is so we can get the problem solved, then I'm probably am gonna stop paying bills. And I'm just saying this as a realistic thing, because I'm not
No,
motivated
you're
at that
not.
point. Because
No, you're not.
My
You're not gonna
God.
stop paying bills, Roger. Stop
My
lying to
God.
yourself, please, sir. You're not gonna stop paying
no,
bills, Roger. Because let me tell you
no,
something. Let me tell you
no,
something, Roger. Roger, listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me, Roger. Listen to me, Roger. if your marriage is only based on sex and sexlessness can make you throw your marriage away, you don't have a marriage because a marriage is built on more than just sex.
That is
Like
true.
seriously, it is built on more than just sex. It's a connection, and I'm not talking a physical connection. It is so much more. And the reason you can't see it is because y'all ain't on this side of the river. Y'all on the other side of the river telling us what's going on over on this side of the river. And we done been over here on this side of the river for a long time. You have no idea of the phases that marriages go through. You
Mm-hmm.
have no idea how dynamics change when children come into play in a marriage. You just talking. It's so much more. And if and I'm serious, Roger. If you throw it away just because of sexlessness, you never had a marriage in the beginning. You never had one in
Well,
the beginning.
you know what? I actually agree with you because I understand it's not about the sex. It's about something else. And that's why I said I will confront her to see what it's about. And guess what? If she won't help get the problem resolved, she doesn't want it resolved.
Roger, respectfully, I apologize, but you totally missed the point, my friend. You totally missed the point. He was talking about you, how you would throw away something over sex. You, not the woman. You.
I, but I'm not throwing it away over sex. I know there's an actual issue. So therefore I'm going to address the issue. If
Whatever,
I
but
can't resolve an issue, I must do something else. There is
Y'all
a
don't
thing
see what
about
y'all don't see what Roger's doing. Y'all don't see what he's doing. I'm gonna tell you what he's doing. Roger has gone and thought about this thing for about 2 weeks because we cooked him on this same subject a couple of weeks ago.
now, you,
And he
Facts.
has rearmed himself with more foolishness and he rebranded this subject and brought it back and he's trying to re-prosecute
Mm.
this situation. This is what's happening,
Well,
Roger.
what you
Okay.
saying? What you saying? He done
Yeah,
consulted with Claude. He done
some
consulted with
stuff.
Chat GPT.
Some
Circle
some
back.
with all due respect, some stuff you just don't know if you haven't done it. You just don't know.
Yeah.
You just don't know all of what's going to go into making a family, and you're not going to know then how much you're going to fight to maintain that. If you're not never in that position, I'm not going to argue with you too much because you just don't know, brother. You
You
just
don't
don't
know.
know. Theoretically, everything you say might make total sense, but you're going to look at a child that you have invested everything in and want to invest
that's
all your
crazy.
future into, and you are not going to want to compromise that. But because some chick don't want to give you no ass, you just not going to want to
You,
do
you
that.
know,
That's
I'm gonna come to
crazy.
your defense a little bit, Roger. I did hear you say earlier in the show, shout out to all the men who stayed in sexless marriages for the benefit of the children. I believe I heard you say that.
I
So
did.
I am going to bring that back to the forefront because y'all kind of getting on Roger head a little bit, and he did say that at the beginning of the show.
Well, see, the
Oh,
thing is, I didn't have to go
Well,
retool as the Great Black Reset suggested. I didn't have to, you know what I'm saying? I didn't have to go retool. We was talking about a
I'm
different subject, and my thing was, I was like, well, this subject needs a whole show, which is why I'm bringing it up. You know what I'm saying? And I just wanted to do it on a Friday when I felt it'd be a good day to bring it up. And I'm gonna say shout out real quick to Jerome Payne. He's stating what should be obvious to a lot of people. He said nothing makes sense when a woman is involved, Roger. Now I can't really argue that. I can't really argue that. But what I am saying for me, okay, I married you, and part of the reason that I married you was to have sex with you. That will never be a hidden thing. And I understand because of what's going on in the world, you have to actually say that type of stuff to women. So it's not like my woman's going to be shocked by this information. It's not
but
going to be about sex, but if there is no sex without something medically going on, then there is not going to be the marriage because this is part of what you're here for. And if you don't want to do your job, that's a you thing. I don't have to be okay with you not doing your job. It is your job.
Well,
If you don't want the job, don't
I'm
apply.
good. And see, I'm good with the divorcing because of it. It's the blowing up the whole family and everything for it, and blowing up all
That's what I'm talking
your
about.
finances and
I
children's college education. That just don't make sense on any level. I'm sorry, it
I
just
like
don't. Now, if you
I like
making this religious argument,
I,
I can't vibe with that religious argument because I don't believe in it. But just from a practical standpoint, you just get rid of her. You just get rid of her and you move on. You don't blow up your finances and your financial future because
What I want to just tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna save some money because I'm about to go get something new. So as soon as this divorce is decreed, I got a place to go. I'm preparing
well,
for my
well,
I'm preparing for my
well,
next stage
we
of
Roger.
life.
wait. How you gonna save that money?
refine
How
beans.
you
We
gonna how
refine
you gonna
beans. You are not going to save money. You're not.
You're not,
No,
Roger.
you're
Unless you
not.
got some
Roger, what's
offshore
going to
bank
happen?
accounts or some shit,
What
you are not going to save some
what
money.
yes,
It's not
yes.
going to happen.
When you're going through a divorce, there's this thing called a mandatory document exchange. That's MDE for short. Okay, you are required by the court to list all of your assets and all of your liabilities. If you try to save money, essentially calling yourself moving on and getting ahead of the curve, what's going to happen is when you get that child support order, you're already going to be in child support arrears. So they're going to recapture that as well, whatever you haven't given to the kids in that time frame. Okay, so what you're saying practically and logistically, that's not going to happen once the legal system gets involved. The family courts is a beast. All right, so we got to be real about
I mean,
I, I
No,
want
don't
to
do it in
cross
Narnia,
examine.
y'all.
I want to cross examine something here too. Bronk has told us he's got girls from his previous marriage. If he had known two of his girls would have been the next Serena and Venus Williams, would you still be in that marriage to see them through that process?
absolutely, probably, but there would
See,
have to be some
see,
modifications made. There would have to be some modifications made.
we we
But
we can't
I'm
talk
not
to.
going to ruin their future. I'm not going to ruin
Yeah,
their future. I'm going to
hold
try to
on. We
get
can't. So we can't talk to Roger because he's not rational. We gonna talk to you. This is
no,
what we gonna do.
I'm
Roger,
no.
bro, when your children have this high upside and you know that they need your guidance and you know that their mother has gone to the left, you know, absent you, that this is likely that they're going to go to the left as well. But you see this upside. Why would you stay in a sexless marriage to see your children through that situation? Explain it to Roger. Explain it to him.
yeah,
I'm
but here's the thing. Here's the thing with me. I stayed in a marriage longer than I needed to before I finally filed for divorce from my ex-wife for the kids. I knew how she
Mm,
was. I kind of knew how she was behaving, and and right now, I suffer greatly because of it. Now, thank
mm.
God, He has blessed me with a new woman who has some sense, and she's been a big part of helping me get back to where I need to be for the benefit of the children. But yes, it is a devastating blow to your finances, Roger. When you do walk away, you are going to suffer, especially when you're dealing with a bitter ex-wife. They're gonna try to take you for everything that you have.
You know what? And I appreciate you saying that
Huh?
because my thing is that is a very real thing. So guess what? It's better to have nothing. We don't need this house. Look, I don't have
Roger,
no reason to
Roger,
pay a mortgage for a
Roger,
family house, and I don't have a family. That
Roger, stop
house
it.
became useless.
Shout
Roger,
out to a rational Roger.
Okay. Can
Roger.
we change this? Can we change the subject? Because I
We,
mean,
we,
Yeah,
we can
look,
move forward.
Roger,
We can move
with
forward.
all due respect, yeah, because you're kind of embarrassing yourself on this particular stuff. Yeah.
facts. I'm trying to get him to stop, and I really am. Because you sound crazy, bro. And see, we ride with you. We on your side, but we can't let you sound crazy like this. And you sound like you really got residence in Narnia.
Well, I
You,
appreciate.
we got data and statistics that show what you talking about don't happen. But
Well,
you're going to be the special one that changes the rules that have been in place for all of this time.
no,
You're going to be the one that get married and change everything. Please, Roger,
not.
stop. Because
I'm not.
the moment you say you're going to let the house go, you're going to let the kids go, now you're talking fantastical. And it's not real.
Well,
It's not real.
I never said I let the kids go. I will let the house go, but I never said I let the kids
No,
go.
you
But
won't. No, you won't, Roger. Stop lying to yourself.
okay,
The
I'm,
kids live in the house.
I'm gonna say
when you financially ruin yourself, all that's going to be used against you in matters concerning custody and visitation, etc., of those children. So you
Because
are
you ain't
effectively
stable.
ruining your relationship with those children.
okay. Well, I'm gonna try to move the conversation forward. I'm gonna say I appreciate the love, even if that's what y'all gonna call it. I appreciate the love, but there's other ways to deal with these stuff. You know what I'm saying? There's other ways, and I'm just a person who like to try new things every once in a while. That's all. I like new things every once in a while. But I'm gonna say this though, when it comes to sex as marriage, I think for the most part, why are men in a sex as marriage? Lack of confrontation. Nobody wants to confront the women. We're not trained to confront the woman about why she's doing this, because the lack of sex
You
is
you
a
you
symptom of
you,
something else
you
going on.
actually you actually believe men are not
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I
they
was just
marry
about to
and they're
say.
not
Thank you, Black
confront
Rule.
and they're not
Thank you. Thank
confronting
you.
them about that. You
Thank you.
actually believe that
I
that
think
people are laying in bed together and the man is working 50 hours a week and all that, and you really think those men are not confronting those women with that?
I'm gonna say I do think that there's
They're confronting them.
a large portion of them that won't.
No, no, Roger. No,
What?
Roger.
What?
No, I think all men confront. Let me give a woman's perspective because I had to step away again. I think all men are confronting women, but at the end of the day, why if women complain about men wasting their time, why the fuck are you stealing time? If you know you're not gonna open your legs for this man like you did before y'all got married, why are you wasting your time with him? That's stupid. Let him go be with somebody that's willing to open their legs. It's just that damn simple. That's not hard math. It's easy. That shows a lot. There's an underlying issue. She's not into you. Perhaps she's seeing somebody else. Perhaps she's wanting to be with someone else. Why waste your time staying in it? So I can see both sides, but in the same sense, terms and conditions are set and the foundation is ruled at the beginning of the relationship. And if someone breaks that, yes, you call that shit out. Call it out. Let's have a conversation. If we can't meet back in the middle, then maybe we're not for each other. It is what it is.
Hey, can
I'm
I
gonna
ask
say
a question, K. Marie, real quick? And I wanted to ask you this earlier. How long have you been married?
I was married 15 years.
Oh,
Okay,
10-year
okay,
mark.
okay.
She don't
All
pass
right.
the
No, no, no,
10-year
no, no, no.
mark. She valid.
Yeah, no, no, because I asked that because that the amount of years actually carry some weight when you're talking about marriage. You know,
Hmm.
Roger can't talk really about marriage because he ain't never crossed that river. Great Black Reset just got married, so he can only say so much. I've been married a long time. Black Uber's been married a long time. So in my ears, what Roger's saying is like that's not real. It's not real because you and I think somebody said that you have it up on the screen. You've never seen the hurt in your child's eyes, not a child, your child, the one that
Come on.
looks like you, the one that looks
And
like
I'm
the
telling
woman
you,
you
boy.
fell in love with. See, and I said this before. You say that, Roger, because you still have your whole heart. You have never parted with a piece of yourself. So you're speaking from a perspective of one who still has his whole heart. And you can say a whole lot of stuff when you got your whole heart, what you would do, because you don't know what you would feel. Because there
Roger,
is
let me
no
say this.
book for
Let me
that.
say this.
There is no script for that.
Let me say this. I mentioned earlier that my father turned 70 yesterday. Roger.
I'm listening.
My father stayed. My own father stayed, and it's still in. It's still in it for other reasons other than myself. Now it's just his finance, but he's still in it. 70 years old. He's been in a sexless marriage. I don't think my mother has touched him. I haven't seen them sleep in the same room for over 2 decades, Roger. Now, a lot of that was just making sure that I was being raised, that he was there for me. That's what the majority of that was. But now it's that, unfortunately, mom's pretty ignorant. If he walks out of that marriage, my dad ain't got shit. He ain't got shit. Now, some men that are in a situation, they make modifications, Roger. Once the sex goes, they know they can't really get out of it and survive themselves, or they can't get out of it and the children still be okay. So what do? They just go and get some other woman on the side. But that they're going to stay in that marriage for
and
other reasons.
let's be honest. He's 70 years old. So at this point, the urge is a few times a month, basically at this point. So is that worth tearing up everything you got for a few times a month?
Now, I'm going to say shout out to
Absolutely not.
Jerome Payne. He said bait and switch. When he was talking earlier about,
Man.
of course, giving the sex and then they switch up once they in it, then we go to no sex. Now, I'm going to say this, y'all. I do understand what y'all are saying. And please don't believe I've never considered it. The issue at this particular point, there's been so many men who went through that stuff that I just don't feel like going through it. So at the end of the day, I'm going to do something different because I know a lot of this stuff just don't work. It just is what it is. It don't work.
Roger, you're speaking from a perspective of fear. I'm just gonna
Not
have
at
to call
all.
it out real quick. Yes. You just said I've seen all of this stuff and it don't work, so I'm gonna do something different. In other words, I'm scared to go down that road because I see y'all messed up, but you didn't go down that road. You don't know what you gonna do down that road. Like you don't know. You don't know. And here's another thing you said. You said you've been around married people your whole life. I know hoes that have been around married women, but that don't make them wives. It don't rub off like that, Roger. It don't rub off like that. It ain't contagious like that.
I totally get what you're saying, but I'm just saying this. When you do something in life and you see how it doesn't work, you try something different. That's all.
But
And that's
you
all it's gonna
haven't
be.
done it. You haven't done it. How do you know that it wasn't them that was messed up? Any of them, the men, the women. How do you know it wasn't them? How do you know they weren't flawed individuals? You, Roger, yourself. What will you do? Not based on what somebody else did. What will you do? And that's the thing. And that's why Black Ooh is right when he says, you know what? You just don't know. What will you do? And you don't know what you will do until you are in that situation.
Well, I'm gonna say what I am gonna do is address the problem. See if there's something I can do to fix the problem. Now, if it's established that I cannot fix the problem, then I'm gonna start acting like a person who cannot fix the problem. That's what it is at the end of the day. It's not saying that y'all are wrong on any particular thing.
I think
fell
I hear snoring.
No, that's probably Hot Sauce is, he in a whole different side of the world right now, so he probably is. That's probably him going to sleep because he's in a different side of the world.
Well, maybe you should
I just muted him.
You don't want to.
I just muted him. But I was just talking through while I was muting him. That's all. But the thing is, at the end of the day, I'm going to see if there's something I can have. If there's a way I can resolve the issue. If I come to an understanding that I cannot resolve the issue, I'm going to act like a person who cannot resolve the issue. And when you can't resolve something, you have to do something else. So at the end of the day, if we're headed toward a divorce, I prefer not to be financially entangled with the woman. And that's it. Now you want the house, you pay for it. You got it. It's yours. I ain't even worried about it like that. You want that car, pay for it. It's yours.
You don't
It don't work like that.
a scratch. You don't fix a scratch on your hand by chopping off your finger.
Tell him again, Elder. Please tell him again. Tell him again.
You know, just because you have a problem does not mean that license you to go to extreme measures to solve the problem. And again, for me, part of this discussion is the whole religious aspect and how you're not supposed to divorce somebody, but yet under these very limited circumstances. That's why I'm not a religious man, because I think a lot of that is bullshit. And I think it compels men to make bad decisions in the real world very often. I mean, you guys were talking about, you know, Solomon and David and whatever. And Solomon had like 10,000 hoes, man. In what world do we know how the hell? Who amongst us is rocking like that? You know, because Solomon had 10,000 hoes. Solomon had all the hoes.
Oh man.
So how do we even relate to that?
Thing.
How do we even relate to that?
You don't, Elder. And here's
And
the thing.
I'm not
When it comes
look. I'm not
to
saying that to speak down on religion. I'm just saying that you know, even in your thought processes, it's like, well, I'm only supposed to get divorced if she cheat on me. So I'm going to either force her to cheat on me so I can divorce her, or I'm going to ruin myself financially, ruin my children's future, just out of spite because she won't have sex with me. It's a very weird kind of rationalizations going on there.
Yeah. I will be there for my children. The children, this ain't got nothing to do with the kids. So I will be there for my children. That's how I saw she kept saying.
You are not going to be there for the children, because the moment the moment that judge realized that you have wrecked your children's future and their college educations, all this shit, that's going to be the very reason why you can't even visit those children.
I want to ask you something, Roger. I want to ask you something, Roger. Wait. I want to ask you a question. You married. You got one child, a son. He's 15. Wait, hold on. He's 15. But he the next Michael Jordan. Growing up in Chicago. Everybody know it. Around the city. Your wife don't stop giving you sex. You finna tank the house and not finish that process with the next Michael Jordan?
And we can finish the process at a different location.
No, don't avoid the question. You finna stop paying bills and mess up that process that you got going on with the next Michael Jordan.
If you have the next Michael Jordan, why would you do anything to your family, your environment, your schooling, your fucking meal plan? Why would you change anything to risk that? Think about that logically. Think if I know I have the next Michael Jordan, or it's very clear I have the next, Mahomes, right?
Venus and Serena.
What am I going to do with the next Usain Bolt? What would I not do to hold things together to get that dude to the finish line? There's no way you're going to blow that shit up because your woman won't give you won't give you any ass. No way any logical, sane man is going to do that.
As I keep saying, I already know it's not about sex. This has nothing to do with sex. A woman not giving you sex ain't got nothing to do with sex. I will try to resolve the issue. If I cannot resolve the issue, I'm going to act like I can't resolve it.
Roger, what you're doing though is you're ignoring the outcome of that and what that actually looks like logistically. You're not going to be able to do that the way that you're saying that you're going to be able to do that. Not in this system.
No, what I know is sometimes stuff don't go smooth in life. And you can't win at every single thing. That's all. That's what I know. You can't win at every single thing. Sometimes
do you lose your kids? Do you lose your kids in that process? Do you put them in a worse situation?
I will be there for my children. I have the kids. This has nothing to do with the kids.
Roger, no, you're not on your terms. Not on your terms. Not on your terms.
Saying that. You keep saying
you're not going to
get I'm trying to get somebody else in. We got a new person in. Y'all see the screen doesn't change. Okay. And I want to actually deal into some of this other stuff with the sexless marriage, not just this is just one way to handle it. There's other things that we can talk about as far as handling this stuff too. You know what I'm saying? That's just one thing that people ain't necessarily did, but I'm willing to be the first. That's all. So now let's turn it over to we have a new person, Ninja Hidden of the Matriarchy. Go ahead, brother. You got the flow.
My bad. Hello. I'm supposed to say in the front of the matriarch. My bad. In the front of the matriarch. My bad, bro. My bad. Now, for me, I personally looking at this differently, right? I look at this situation is attacking the what is it, the root of the situation as it is, right? And I believe that's the reason why Black men as a collective whole are partly in the situation that we in, is that we are unwilling to quote unquote nip certain things in the bud. And just like I think what is this? Somebody said earlier, right? Her not giving you sex is just not her giving her sex. Her not giving you sex is also part of her quote unquote just giving you her ass to kiss and the disrespect that she no longer feels for you, right? So at that point, that is what it is for that relationship, right? And ultimately, this is a reality that we have to face. The old way of thinking will not function in a new way of world that we currently live in. The old way of thinking and reasoning does not work in this new paradigm in the year of the demon. I'm gonna repeat this: in the year of the demon, all that other stuff that y'all may used to use no longer work. So if she is no longer having sex with me, that is only physical reputation of malcontent or her, let's say, disregard for me in that relationship. And 9 times out of 10, that is going to leak into the kids and affect the kids either one way or another. So how I would be seeing it, I'm saving my kids the actual damage of my wife, quote unquote, damaging my kids. And on the second thing is, we already know between household that's headed by single fathers and household who's headed by single mothers, which ones actually produce the best children. So I just look at it that way. I'm gonna stay around for a little bit so I can get chewed out. You know, people tell me you ain't got no kids, but then at least you
know it's coming. At least you know it's coming.
Hey, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna tell you at the end of the day, though, bro. I no longer care because how I look at the world is I'm gonna prove my or what I believe to exist to be true. If it comes out false, it's false. If it's true, it's true. And then let the the dice fall where they may. It is what it is.
Well,
y'all sound like delusional
hold on now. To be fair to usual business, he's an internationalist. And depending on where he goes, his ethics will be upheld. So, I mean, it's not just about whatever standard you want to apply for yourself. Is the society itself going to maintain and support that standard? Now, in America, sexless marriages is a thing. A sexless marriage ain't a thing in Saudi Arabia or Yemen. She can't get away with that shit over there. I mean, if you're gonna actually, if you're gonna make the world your mating market and not just America, then yeah, you could have a very sort of hardline position on that issue, and be brutally intolerant of sexlessness, and I'm emphasizing the word brutally, frankly, but in America. It's a product of a complex set of decisions that a man is going to make. It's going to be very situational. And let's say he's a player, right? And for whatever reason, he getting a sexless marriage. It ain't that big a deal to a player because a player can fuck all the other hoes in the community or in the workplace or et cetera, whatever. So it ain't going to even be that big a deal to him. It's really more of a deal to the guy who want to do right and want to be right, but want to maintain and don't want to blow up everything and is hopeful for the future and the family, et cetera, whatever. And that's the guy who gets stuck in that situation. And he's not going to be in the Philippines or Thailand or somewhere in Africa where usual business is going to be. He ain't going to be over there
Exactly.
because over there, brother can lay hands. A brother can lay hands if they don't act right. So
And the church
I'm
said,
not
"Amen."
disagreeing with usual at all because I'm not expecting usual to end up with an American.
I mean, I would never play a system that's designed for me to the end of the day fail, bro. Like for me, that's losing on somebody else's terms. Like the American system is already proven, even for the American man, even for the American white man, that this is a system designed for even him to fail. So it would be crazy for me to do so. That's all I'm just saying.
I'm gonna say, yeah, that's real. When you start looking at it like that, that to me that's reasonable. And I'm gonna say, just from a general standpoint, marriage is something that's supposed to benefit both parties. If I get into a position where I can't get a benefit, then I don't even see the usefulness of it. You know, it's like having a car you can't drive. The usefulness is gone. I'm not willing to do that much for it at that particular point because I can't
Okay,
use
Roger.
it the way I need to.
So she stopped giving you sex, but she is the best accountant you have ever had or known, and she has your finances set up. Or, she's the CEO of the business that you started because she saw the vision and ran with it. How many years have you invested in this marriage that
Man,
you're sexless in now? How many years have you invested? Is it 5 years? Is it 10 years? Is it 20 years? Is it 30 years? How many years have you invested in this? That's what
Well,
I'm seriously asking. How
no,
many
that's
years will
that's a
you
good
invest
point.
in this?
Yeah, that's a good point. Um, I
Because
I
if you
would
done
say
invested
into
20 years, go ahead.
no, I mean you make a good point because if you've been in it already for 20 years, that's going to have a much different impact than say some newlyweds or somebody who's just been in 3 to 5 years. You know, and
There's
I just
there's a
right.
uh,
That's enough time.
there's a reason why that's a good point, sir.
Re- reset. You bored him. You
If
bored him.
yeah,
Reset.
you
yeah,
Oh, I thought that was me for a second.
we can't hear your point,
Nah,
brother. We
we
can't
can't
hear
hear
your
you.
point.
Reset. Reset. Go out and come back
Roger,
in. You bored again.
Roger, you gave like a 3 to 4 year time frame, but that's really more than enough time to have a baby, man. There's more than enough time to include some kids into that equation.
No, no, I
And I
mean
want to get back and say this now. If you've given 20 years and you all have built a business, it's not just you and your wife, it is your kids. And after having a business for 20 years, your children have grown up and now you're looking at how you're leaving something to them, setting them up to actually take over or to work in the business. You're gonna throw all of that away because your marriage is sexless? No, man, I'm sorry. And Black Uru, I agree with you 100%. It's the dudes that have a need to do right, whether it be a
Man, I'm
religious
telling you.
need. It is you have a need to believe that this is a more righteous way, a more righteous path, because Christianity teaches you to be a bigot. It teaches you to look at others as beneath you. That is one of the tenets of the faith. That's why you can look down on sinners. Turn it down for me, please. That's why you can look down on people who are not in the faith because it sets you up to look down on people.
Mm,
that's
hmm.
interesting. I wouldn't agree with it, but that is interesting.
You don't have to. It is the truth, Roger. I'm telling you, it is the truth. Why do you think?
Roger.
Why do you think that there is always in Paul's writing? He always says there's no difference between the Jew and the Greek. There's no
Or the
difference
Gentile, yeah.
between this one and that one because the whole faith teaches you that they're beneath you. Then, when the whole faith teaches you, and this is the tenet of the faith, it teaches you that somebody did something to bring a set of people up to be equal with you. Now, all of you are joint heirs with the person who did the work.
You know, Roger,
And
when I was in
unless,
my
go
go
ahead, I'm
ahead, go
sorry, go
ahead.
ahead.
Mike. No,
No,
you
no,
good.
no. Go
Go ahead.
ahead.
Finish
I'm
your
gonna
thought.
land right there.
All right.
No, no, no. I'm
I,
laying right
I,
there. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Bronk.
Roger,
And
when
after
I
you,
was in
Bronk,
a
hold on. After you, Bronk, I'm gonna get Jay Moore in because Jay Moore done came up. Go ahead.
all right, when I was in a sexless marriage and going to church regularly, when I would talk to the pastors and elders of that church about the sexless marriage, it's like they ignored it. They gave every excuse for it essentially. Now, of course, they would tell my ex-wife that, hey, you have to have sex with your husband, but then, it's almost like they were coming in essentially. Oh, it was just a very weird experience. It's like they were coming in essentially, even having a conversation about that. It shouldn't be a conversation in that, in an Orthodox church because it's very biblically stated. But men like that who are trying to do the right thing, I was one of them, Roger. I know how that process goes. You bring that stuff up to the church or the congregation, and they still oftentimes side with the woman on a lot of those issues. And that keeps the guys who want to do the right thing in those type of situations way longer than they need to be. They can't even go to the church for help with it.
Okay, I'm gonna say well said, and I'm just gonna quickly throw in the right thing for me to do is it be in a situation where I'm being taken care of. That's always gonna be the right thing. That's never not gonna be the right thing. Now I can sacrifice, which means I give up what's best for me. And I do recognize that's what sacrifice means. When I give up what's best for me to do something different, I don't need to sacrifice for a wife who don't care about me.
Yeah,
I
and
have no
that's what they
reason to at
teach.
that point.
And that's what
I
guys who want
mean,
to do the right thing and they want to make sure that they're doing what's I guess right in God's eyes. They listen to that type of counsel.
well, the thing is, men have to also know what the right thing is. The right thing is the thing that works, what's good for you. You sacrifice, your sacrifice is not doing what's best for you. And it's okay to sacrifice, but you need to know when you sacrifice and then why you sacrifice.
I,
I'm not sacrificing for a wife that I don't rock with because
I'm
it's
gonna
So,
say this.
I
so
have no
is
reason to.
doing
I'm
for
gonna
your
say this, and I'm
kid,
gonna land my
is
plane.
doing for your kids, is doing for your kids doing what's best for you?
I would do for the children, sure.
Sometimes that's gonna
That
mean
didn't
taking
answer my
care of
question.
the
That
mother
did.
too.
Hold on. No. Oh, no, no. He did not answer my question. Simple
Yes,
question.
I
Is
would
doing
do
for your
stuff.
kids doing what's best for you? This is a bullshit response, Raj. It's a yes or no question.
No, I'm saying
Is
yes. I'm
doing for
saying
your kids okay? So now, how then, based on what you just said, how then is wrecking yourself and wrecking everything and wrecking your kids' future justifiable because of sexless?
well, because to me, it doesn't have anything to do with sex. The issue is something else. She wants the marriage to end. The best thing I can do is to stop giving benefit to her and get it more direct toward my kids as quickly as possible.
Ah, Lord Jesus.
Can I ask a question then, real quick?
Well, hold fast, because Jay Moore came up. Let me read this super chat because it came through. Then let's give it to Jay Moore, and then we'll give it to you. Usual. Shout out to Kunguru. He says a woman withholding sex without communicating the reason is emotionally harmful. She can be successful, but I won't stay in a situation where my emotional well-being is disregarded. Now I'm gonna say that is a actual point at the end of the day. And I'm just gonna accept that she don't care about me no more. So therefore, me caring about her no longer benefits me. And I still have to do what's good for me, even if I don't like it, even if it hurts. She don't mess with me no more, so I don't mess with her no more. Not what I wanted, because I married the woman, but I got to deal with the reality of it. She don't mess with me like that no more, so I got to stop messing with her like that. It is what it is, because I can't make her do right. And I accept that as a man. I cannot make her do right. So therefore, I got to start disregarding her on a whole lot of levels. But Jay Moore, you got the flow.
What's up, guys? First of all, I want to say happy birthday to my fellow Aries. My birthday just passed too, so happy, 65th birthday out here.
Happy
And
belated, but this
Here.
ain't the Aries
thank you.
channel.
Happy
Yeah, yes, it
belated.
is. Thank you.
Oh, this is
Wait,
definitely every channel is the Aries channel. Every channel is the Aries channel.
Yeah, shoot. What's it called? What I was gonna say is this: like when it comes to sexless marriages and stuff. I mean, the way how it goes in the United States, like the best way I could say to prevent this kind of thing, or maybe have some type of mitigation to it, is just honestly the first, like when you meet your girl and stuff for the first time and stuff, you just tell her honestly, like, yo, there's no such thing as sexless, whatever's going on here. If you do, it's another chick. And like have that thing recorded, and then even when you're about to get married and everything at the wedding, you say it again to her in front of everybody so they see it, have it recorded. And so if you want to divorce her after when she wants to be sexless, like what's it called, the judge will see automatically, like, hey man, I've been saying this for a while. I've been telling her since day one till we got married and everything. She want to play this game. Now she found out. And I mean, if it comes to it too, I'll just tell her, like, honestly too, like, my grandfather got 3 baby mamas, my daddy got 3 baby mamas, even my stepdad got 3 baby mamas. If you mess with me, you just gonna be my first. Like, I won't even play around with you, honestly. Like, you, I really don't care, and I wouldn't even play this game with that chick at all. So, yeah, there's nothing really else, because even if the legal system is gonna mess with you and all that other stuff, I mean, I wouldn't go as far as what Roger is saying. I would have just probably put a lot of my stuff in a trust and try to help mitigate any of my money, so much of my money being taken and everything, and put it like a couple of in my kids' name and stuff like that, so I don't really nuke their life. But I'm just like, I'll just get out the situation. Or if I'm going to stay in there, I'm like, I'm going to be messing with somebody else, and you could get mad. I don't care. So, yeah.
All right, but you business is on you. Hold on, it's on you. But after you, we're gonna get Jado in because Jado came up. All right, go ahead.
All right. The thing is, I keep hearing people keep saying, like, what about the women and the kids? Women and the kids. How I look at it, the women and the kids are 2 separate entities, right? How I look at any woman is like this. Like, if I put in, you see what I'm saying? What is it? My 2 quarters will say which is my sperm, right? I expect to get out 2 Pepsis, right? That's how I look at it. if I put in some coins and I get, let's say, a Mountain Dew, I'm like, well, who you been with, right? Because at the end of the day, I understand that these relationship dynamics actually only work when the man is actually in the lead and actually doing the job of leading the relationships. That's the actual truth. There is no themyscira of a whole bunch of women and children actually prospering without men. It don't happen. It's never happened, and it never will happen. So I think the issue is holistically, we keep necessarily attaching women to kids necessarily. Once that kid, quote unquote, falls from that woman, realistically, it's a cut-ins of tie necessarily, slowly but surely, from that day forth on, until that kid becomes a quote unquote an adult. It may be a slow tie or a slow cutting tie, but it is that, and ultimately you need that for those kids to quote unquote actually go into the environment and actually thrive. So how I really look at it is, we keep on saying black men should suffer, but at the end of the day, if the one who quote unquote holds up the sky, quote unquote, falls, what's going to happen to the people that's under him anyway? So I mean, it's a situation we got ourselves in necessarily collectively, but I'm gonna be part of the solution. I'm not gonna be part of the problem, and that's how I just see the issue is simply that.
All right, well stated, brother. Well stated. Jado, what you got for us, brother? Wait a minute, Jado, you all right? You doing okay?
Why you say that?
Cause you hit extra early. It's only an hour 48 minutes.
Yeah, but I had to. Hey, it's another Aries entering the panel, man. Hey, happy birthday, Uru!
I knew somebody like you got you, Jado.
And my fellow Aries. And my fellow Aries out there. Hey,
What's up, brother?
Hey, but I may be wrong. I think this is how I look at it. As far as black Maybe, but I'm gonna go out
Probably.
on the limb. I'm gonna go out on the limb. I think, uh, and for black people, I don't think. I think it's like the man with no legs, Roger, with the sexless marriage. I think it's out there, but it's very, very rare. I don't think it's for black. For one thing, I don't think the women, for the most, my observation, they don't have the discipline to carry on something like that for a long duration. They don't, for the most part. But it does exist, and of course, there's deeper seated issues. There's something else going on. It's really just, yeah, like I guess a woman is not submitting. It's just another way of not submitting, and you're not connecting with your spouse, your husband or whatever. So and depending on the circumstances or whatever, the man should handle that accordingly. I think that is a big indicator of something where the marriage may be, failing or on its way out. But of course, the man has to do a determination. He's going to have to gather up all the facts and the evidence and stuff and see where he's at. If you have your three children in and stuff like that, and maybe the youngest is on its way to, graduating high school, you might have to just, tough it out until that last child, graduates, or maybe college or whatever way, and you might have to dissolve that marriage and get up out of there. But most of the time, I think it's mostly a standoff, really, between, from what I've seen, is the man, maybe the woman denies sex like once or twice, and he's like, you know what? I'm straight. I might have to, seek things somewhere else to satisfy my thing or whatever, for the most part. But yeah. So again, the man has to take an inventory and see what's going on with his marriage, his life, and do things to mitigate any type of legal damages or whatever to himself, financial damages to himself, and make that decision for himself. And I guess I'll end right there. Thanks for having me up.
Glad to have you, brother. Glad to have y'all. And we actually got one more guest. Now I'm gonna start swapping people in and out per se if necessary. Oh, you know what though? Never mind. We just gonna do this. We gonna get Shark Sims in here because he coming up. Shark, what you got the flow, brother? How you doing?
How y'all fellas doing today? Happy Friday. Happy Good Friday.
Don't tell us you are Aries too.
No comments.
Gods of war. Gods of war.
Sounds like he's one of us.
But like I heard Jado was saying, I went and did my homework, unlike Roger did yesterday, and I watched the video. And I want to say, like, I remember like a couple of weeks ago, Uru was like, "Yo, you guys got to stop putting so much stock in the entertainers and stuff like that." And like whenever Uru talk, I always like come home, sit down, and like, you know what I mean, and throw it in the blender, drink it, and figure out like, all right, that's how I'm gonna approach it. That's how I'm gonna move with it. They in a restaurant with a camera on them. Like, did they bring the camera with them? Is there a cameraman there? Like, how authentic is this video? Second, I heard Jado saying like the sexless relationship thing is, it's like the man with the legs with no legs. You can find it anywhere, but it's really everywhere. And like he was saying, like, the women don't have the discipline. You're right about that. The women don't have the discipline, but the women out here fucking everywhere. The old man once told me, "You ever seen cats have sex?" And me and my homies was on the corner and was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" I ain't never seen a cat have sex in my life. But I know they have sex. Because they always coming back with some kittens at the corner store. You know what I'm saying? So we give women too much like credit, and like they're magical creatures, and we always underestimate them, man. We always underestimate them. She might not be able to bench press 350 pounds, but Everything else, like, don't estimate them. They have a brain. They are people. They are human beings.
Yes.
Hey,
Yo,
can, hey,
yo,
can I
can I
let
say
me
something real quick? Oh, sorry.
let me
Most of the black men I know who've gotten divorced, that divorce was preceded by some sexless. So I mean, I don't
can
know what environment you've been in, Jado, but
let me
every time I saw a brother get divorced,
let me
she wasn't given it was some
let,
significant period of time before that where they
Yeah,
weren't
let me let me
involved.
let me let me let
not
me
about
add to my my claim. I think for the most part, black women, if they are cheating, they're having sex with their husband as well, for the most part. And I think the man gets disgusted by her behavior to the point where he doesn't even want to have sex with her.
I
So
can
that's
agree
the
with that.
sexless marriage. I think it's mostly when women are is just on the one side where the woman's not having sex with her husband and she's not cheating at all. I think that I think that's more of a white thing, man, that we've kind of adopted, taken on a little bit.
Well,
This is just
again,
He's telling
it
the
has
truth.
not. I've
okay. All
known.
right.
Let the old man speak here.
Yes,
Somebody
sir.
who's
Yes, sir.
actually seen the world and have seen a lot of people get divorced. A lot of black men get divorced. This is not theory with me. This is not some I read about or some I just pulled out of my ass. No, these are people I know, and at least a half a dozen or so that I know personally and quite well who got divorced. Every single one of them was preceded by some period of sexlessness. Every single one of them. So this whole thought now, maybe there's some generational aspects to this possible, and I'm old, so maybe the young thoughts or whatever are still kind of mixing it up with their husbands or whatever. I don't know. That could be some feature of it amongst us boomers and I guess us old Gen Xers. When that marriage is about to end, that black marriage is about to end more times than not. They are not only not having sex together, they're not even in the same bed together. They're not even the same bedroom together. That's what I've seen.
man.
I, and
That's
like I said,
about two
I
decades
think
ago.
many of those cases, and it might be a generational thing,
It
Black
is a
Rule, but
generational thing.
I think the man is disgusted with his wife, and he says, "I am not even going to try anymore."
But I think that's one aspect of the whole situation. Like, there's different reasons that those things happen. That's why I was saying, like, sometimes you got the dude who just has a beautiful wife, but she out there doing everything, and he don't realize he knows he's in a sexist relationship, but he not going nowhere because he just got a beautiful wife, but he ain't getting nothing, and she out there getting everything.
Usually that's
Yo,
not the.
yo,
No, I'm not saying.
I think that
I just want
exists.
to point out.
Mhm.
I was just gonna say this though, like because my ex girlfriend, she tried to pull some kind of crap with me like that, saying like, "Oh, I'll lock up the coochie on you," and I was like, "Oh, word." I already went 3 years without sex before you. I will do this. I pulled out the T. I went to the TV, plugged in my PlayStation, went on, the hub, put that thing on, got myself a lotion, and jerked off right in front of her. And she never ever did that again. And then, like, when her friends was over asking me oh, if you were single, would you try to screw one of us? Hell yeah. I said right in front of her, she got mad. I'm like, what do you think I'm going to do? You think I'm going to just be here and do nothing? Like, no.
I
And she
I
stopped
do
playing
want to
around
say.
with me.
I bet. I do want to say I do agree with J Mo. I can't see if that's his name. J
Jado,
Mo.
Jado.
Jado. Right. Like maybe the information that y'all have is what it was for the best of times when the black community was, I don't want to say somewhat thriving or okay, bro. But y'all gotta remember, bro. We really it's a generation divide, bro. Like if the black community got nuked, see what I'm saying? That the bombs thing hit, see what I'm saying?
Bombs over
Anthrax
Baghdad.
can spread through the whole community and shit. So the information that quote unquote that we run under now is survival in the thick of the war zone information, bro. I cannot be in there with a woman who's talking about, oh, I'm not gonna have sex with you, but she having sex with 3 dudes necessarily. God forbid I'd be one of them dudes that find out 2 years, 3 years, 4 years later, or God forbid even 20 years later, that ain't none of his kids is his, bro. I'm not doing that crap. Like y'all generation will be like, oh, y'all gave the excuse was she didn't the kid didn't know their mama was a hoe. I don't give a damn. In this generation, but I'll let her and them kids starve.
Now,
Like,
I'm gonna say this
about one time the whole like chicks have, like, guy finding out that a kid ain't his. Most of the time those dudes are in sexless relationships, and she go out and do it with Jado, and then she come home and do it with Uru that night, just because she was out doing it with Jado that whole week, and then doing it with Roger one on that Saturday, and then she let Uru hit it twice on the Sunday, and then she come back to Jado and let him hit it, and now he think he the father. No, she didn't. Like the OG said, you never see cats have sex.
I mean, that is a real thing.
No, that's the reality. See, we out here giving these fantastical answers, bro. Women don't shut off their box, bro. Women only do 2 things. That box, quote unquote, is retired when it can't no longer be used, bro. But until that box is retired, till it can't be used, they always selling it, or they always proposition it to somebody else, and it may not be you, but it's definitely somebody else. So the reality that people come up with these fantastical ideas is just laughable to me.
They gotta use their box or they go crazy. If that box ain't getting smashed, they will literally go crazy. It's a scientifically proven fact. Y'all might think I'm saying it's joking, being funny. It's scientifically proven fact, bro. If that thing ain't getting beat until they can't use it no more, they will go start raving crazy.
Now I do want to say, based on what I've experienced in life and what I've seen about life, what I've researched, what schools taught me, the whole enchilada. One of the hardest things to stop doing once you start is sex. That's why I do encourage people to not have it until they get married, or at least become an adult first, be ready to deal with the consequences, because it's hard to stop once you start. And that's just a real thing. And I'm gonna say this, as a man, I do understand I'm going to provide my wife some form of benefit. She's going to provide some form of benefit to me. I don't mind addressing some woman because she's not having sex. I know there's something else going on. But if you make me understand that this is an issue that cannot be resolved, at that moment, I'm not even looking to benefit you no more. Everything different now. I don't care about this house no more. I don't care about you making it to work if you have a job. All these things that meant something, and all these husband things I'm not even looking at you that way no more. Guess what? My children are about to find out bad stuff happens in life. And sometimes it's self-inflicting bad things. They're going to find out, guess what? Sometimes women just go crazy and they be on some other stuff because that's just what they want to do. And your mama happens to be one of them. They're going to find out some very terrible things about life. But the quicker you find it out, the more prepared you are for your personal future. So I'm not going to hide this bad situation from my children and make them think something else. No, guess what? Your mama done got to a point where this marriage don't work no more. So we finna go through a whole bunch of negative stuff because this is what your mama want. It ain't nothing we can do about it.
Hey, Rod,
let me give a complicated version, or you just gonna say mama ain't giving me no ass no more, so we got to split up.
Because I'm gonna address what the real problem is and give her all the room she needs to get out what the real problem is. Because remember, the problem is never just a lack of sex; it's something else going on.
Yeah.
Man, people, when it comes to sex, man, a lot of people, there's a lot of lies that go on. And black men, all people lie about it. We don't truly, unless you right there participating. A lot of times you don't know, or people can report things. So a lot of times you can have a man that has a cheating wife, and it's easier for him to just say, she ain't giving me no sex, than just say, my wife out here, having sex with all types of men out there.
Mm-hmm.
It's the easier way. And maybe it is sexless because he knows that she's cheating. And he won't even try to get no more because he doesn't know. He don't know where that pussy, where that thing been at. So he'll say, man, she ain't giving me no sex, bro. That's the easier route, fellas.
To tell us, yeah. Than to be at work like, yeah, my I understand what you're saying, J-Lo.
Let me say this. Let me say this because go ahead, Roger. Go ahead.
No, I was going to quickly say I do agree with that, J-Lo, because it is a lot mentally easier. My thing is, y'all, I've accepted bad stuff is going to happen sometime. I don't want bad stuff to happen. I don't look for bad stuff to happen, but sometimes bad stuff is going to happen. The quicker, and the best thing I can do with a bad situation is make it a memory as quickly as possible, which means once I accept the bad thing has to happen, I want to get it over as quickly as possible so it can just be a memory. That's real talk. So for me, I'd rather let's just bury it now so we can move on to the next stage of life.
When your bad stuff includes foreclosure and bankruptcy, that's not something you fixing that quickly. That's not something you just okay. I got to hurry up and fix this. No, that shit's gonna follow you for 10+ years.
Yeah, right. I hear what you're saying, but you're speaking to a broader audience.
It's cool, bro. Go ahead. My bad. I'm sorry.
No,
Go ahead,
bro.
bro.
It just don't work like that in Narnia.
No, I'm not preaching that I can avoid bad things. What I'm preaching is sometimes you got to embrace the bad thing so you can get past.
How I look at it like this, man. You gonna hang up.
Hey, hold on.
Bronx was trying to make a point. Let Bronx
let me say this. Because I hear what you're saying, Roger, and I hear what Usual Business is saying, but you're speaking to a broader audience of men. Okay, you two have fortunately been able to not get into a certain situation where you're married, you have kids, you have businesses, you have homes with this woman. You know, you're not in that situation, so of course you're going to have a little bit of a different perspective. But men who are actually in that situation, you can't really give the advice that what you two would do to them, because a lot of these men are already in that situation. Now, if I could use an example to what I'm trying to speak to right now, okay, and maybe this isn't going to tie in all the way, but it's going to at least give you an idea of the system that you're dealing with, right? Remember Walter Scott?
Nah,
Walter Scott.
You talking about
Breaking Bad?
No. You talking about the guy that took out his future baby mama because she said she's gonna take the kids? Is that the guy?
No.
Why don't you just tell us who Walter Scott is?
I'm going to say that. Okay, Walter Scott was the guy who got pulled over for a traffic stop because he had bad child support. Okay, he got out of the car and started running from the police. Police shot him in the back.
Yeah.
Killed him.
Okay, yeah, that's how I thought. The guy that got shot. Yep.
So when you give men advice that are going through those type of situations to just essentially save their own money and just say forget about everything and rebuild your life, those type of orders are coming their way. You can't just run from that. In fact, Walter Scott is a perfect example of what it could look like for men who try to run from that.
Well,
my thing is, you're saying,
I think we should. I really think we should take another angle in this discussion, Roger. Because with all due respect, I feel discomforted by how kind of cavalier some of this commentary is on this situation. Like, what Bronk is telling you is like real world shit, man, that men are going through right now as we speak. They're enduring
as we speak, right?
And they're having their assholes ripped out from under them financially.
Roger.
Even when they've done everything right.
I filed for divorce, Roger, and walked away. That has not been an easy experience. It is not nearly as easy as you were, alluding that it is.
Roger's trying to make everything sound so simple.
Why can't you guys?
That's why I use the analogy of just kind of you're playing a video game, man. You're playing what's the name of the war game or whatever, and there's no real bullets flying at you, man.
Call of Duty.
Call of Duty. Yeah, Call of Duty. It's no real concept.
Call of Duty ain't the same
Roger, it is easy. it is easy to get on the Call of Duty and throw all your grenades and empty the clip or whatever, and there's no consequences, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's easy to say
And
that.
then you turn the game off. And
When you don't like it, you can just turn it off because it wasn't real.
But that's why
Can I ask a question?
People, y'all gotta people gotta stop underestimating women. They are smart. They are smart. They got all this knowledge right here at their fingertips. She throw you a baby. She knows she got you. I ain't gotta get this nigga no ass no more. You get her. She get you to marry her. She got you. You know what I mean? Like, so it's not as simple as
Wait.
a single dude with no kids may think it is. You know what I mean? But
Roger, get your money. Go ahead, get your money, Roger.
Yeah, shout out to Joe's. He says, he said, I can't wait to hear Roger pull live from the payphone.
With a bag of quarters.
I see what you're doing, brother. I see what you're doing.
I want to interject on the back of what Shark is saying because he's correct. You're speaking as if these women don't have any leverage, and what you're not understanding is when you marry these women, they have a small amount of leverage in the beginning, and the further you go down that road with them, the more leverage they have. And you're speaking as if the leverage is the same at the beginning as it is at the end, and it's not, bro.
Man.
It's not.
Man.
You have to do some calculus, and you're not just gonna divorce her. You're gonna be divorcing her friends, her aunties, her mama, and all the other people who know how to use the system against you. Who are gonna be advising them how to get over on you, bro.
Speak on it. Speak on it.
So wait a minute. So this is why I say y'all are really getting to an old system, bro. Because at the end of the day, you are selling.
Nah, this is system now.
At the end of the day, regardless how y'all
We're already in it.
Your sons down that you are selling your sons to the gallows, bro. And if you are intentionally selling your sons to the gallows, then you must at the end of the day. We all wish we were born 35 years old with 35 years of experience, but that's just not the case.
No, you need
60.
60 years ago.
Stop with the emotional. All I'm asking is this, bro. What I'm simply saying is this much, right? At the end of the day, bro, if I see my son, right, man, he about to marry a woman who got AIDS and herpes, right, and I damn well know this in ahead of time, but I say, son, go ahead and marry that woman anyway. At some point, we have to conclude that I do not care about my son's survival as much as I care about, quote unquote, the status of my son being married.
But you're forgetting that they come from a different time.
I care more about
who here usual.
Yeah, no one's using that as a.
He said,
who here is recommending? Who here
fucked up home talking about you just married them into a system that you already know that even the people who quote unquote made the system are running from. That's you literally throwing your son into the I hope you.
No one's making that argument. Usually, no one's making that argument.
Who is recommending? Who is recommending that any of these guys? Who here is recommending that anybody do that though?
Okay, so
who?
So early.
Well, let me say this. Let me say this. Look,
in America, right?
Well, hold on, usual. Let me say this. Look, I understand it's hard to see everything, especially in the conversation. But I do have to say, I am not presenting anything as if it's easy. What I'm saying is I understand the real world. Okay? If I come out here, if I'm driving down the street and I hit somebody accidentally, the real world thing is I may end up going to jail, going to prison, probably for maybe 10, 20 years for vehicular manslaughter. I'm not saying you run from it. I'm saying turn yourself in. You're going to have to do these 20 years. You might as well get it out the way. I'm not suggesting anything is going to be easier. But what I am saying is there's no point in running from the real world. If my wife doesn't want to have sex with me, guess what? The next 6 months to a year is probably going to be horrible. And once it stops being horrible, you might get to bed. But it's going to happen anyway. Might as well make it a memory. I'm not saying
the marriage
Roger,
is the marriage is over. Since the marriage is over, you just hold on, man. Damn. The marriage is over. Just divorce her. Just divorce her. Don't play this game about whether or not she got to cheat on you so God say you can marry her. Fuck that bullshit. Just divorce her. And then do the best you can in divorce court.
Hey, Roger, with your
You ain't
analogy,
got to destroy you don't have to destroy yourself. You don't have to destroy yourself financially to do that. You don't have to do that.
yeah, Roger, real quick, with your analogy, Roger, that's equivalent to before turning yourself in, you run in front of another car to get hit yourself, and then turn yourself in. That's the same thing you're saying. Let me run in front of a moving car and then turn myself in after that.
Can I add to that real quick?
Oh, it's the same.
All right, the ladies finna speak, y'all. Go ahead, K. Marie.
Hey, that last guy just spoke. If I could shake your hand, I would, because I'm a mother of boys, and I'm gonna say, if I can't vet this woman and say that you're good for my son, and my son chooses to go out and date this woman anyway, shame on you, because you disregarded what I knew, right? But furthermore, y'all have to get in spaces where y'all protecting yourselves. Get prenups, and if they can't agree to the prenups, then don't fuck with them. Let's be real. Let's be 100% real. And then for the women out there, if y'all know y'all not gonna do what's needed to maintain, stop marrying these men for titles. Titles don't mean shit. Let's be real. Marry him for the right reason, or get the fuck out of the way and let somebody like myself enjoy a real man. And I'm gonna drop the mic there.
Can I also say, hey, can I get? I wanted to say something too. It's just like, yo, why can't you, instead of going like the vehicle manslaughter route, why can't you just like be like, hey, if you're gonna try to take me down, I'm gonna take down the most important thing to her completely down, which is her image. I'll just expose the truth to the kids and have them look down on her completely, because it's like, yeah, you could take me to court, you could do all this stuff, but I mean, your kids are gonna look at you like the whore that you are. And if you get the videos and all the other stuff too, might as well show them. I'm like, I'll just completely destroy her image and make sure she knows who she is and the kids know who she is, because the kids will always look at her like, you're the one that ruined my family, you're the one that actually caused this, now you're trying to lie on my daddy. Because that's the one thing that happened to that's what happened with my stepmother, because she tried to turn me and my pops against me or something by like trying to complain about my dad, about like, oh, like the way how she met him, he was already married and she's a home wrecker. She came up in there and she was doing this stuff. Now she's complaining because, oh, he was cheating on me, and I'm like, bitch, you're a home wrecker. She going to lie to my dad. My dad came up and tried to start swinging on me until I told him what the truth was. He was like, oh, I'm sorry. Damn. I'm like, yeah, nah. And that's why even when I step in the house, she knows not to go too far, because I'm like, I would just tell the kids the truth about her. And she doesn't want her image ruined in front of her kids. So she always keeps quiet.
It's very, 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 you might be using too much energy to try to turn the kids against their mom, because it's hard to mess up that image, man, unless she's really doing something. No, you can give them the truth. I'm not saying not give them the truth, but I'm just saying, like, if your goal is to turn,
you can be truthful. You can be truthful to children, but it's no value to you, or especially to the children, to destroy their image of their mothers. Because here's the thing: that woman still got to raise those children, and if you compromise her credibility as a mother, then all she can do is make things terrible for those children. All she can do is degrade the value of the upbringing of those children. So even if she is a hoe, all that, et cetera, whatever, as long as she's still helping to raise them, you got to some degree hope that she is an effective parent. And if you destroy her image and her reputation and her mental and emotional integrity, that's not helping your children.
No, I agree.
I guess it's just me speaking as a man with no kids. Yeah, my fault.
Fellas,
Pornhub too, because of that, trying to turn whores into housewives, bro. Korean daughters out here doing whatever you want to see for $5.99, bro. Because at the end of the day, people didn't want to tell her, or somebody did tell her at the end of the day, her mama was a hoe and she should have actually been raised by somebody different, bro. I'm sorry, like I know maybe necessarily right in a different environment, yeah. But the environment is so far damaged. That's how you got to move now. Like, granted, in a peaceful time, you can move peacefully, but you in the time of the demon, bro. Just like you in the time of the snake, you in the time of the horse, you in the time of the dragon. You are in the year of the demon, bro. If y'all out here trying to do all this special stuff, God forbid y'all, bro. That's all I'm gonna say.
But you know what it is, like you don't.
It's the same year in Uganda.
Thank you. But
say it's the year of the snake, year of the demon, bro. It's gonna be the year of the demon, and a lot of y'all gonna get it. Hey.
All right,
He said it's the same in Uganda. He's stupid, but real talk, like what y'all saying is correct, but like you don't like, because you still, children still got to stay there with the woman, so you don't crush her image. You just wait till they get old enough to start having sex and dealing with women, and when they'll come around. They'll come in there, ask you like, "Yo, what's going what?" And that's when you tell them the story. But I don't think messing up that relationship between the woman and the child to validate what went on with you and her is a wise choice. You know what I mean? Because now when you out of the house, you still got turmoil between the kids and the woman. But when they start getting their dick wet, you know, they're like, "Yo, what happened with your mom, Dad?" And you tell them, like, you know, the mom's like the twerk at Denny's, and she was out here messing with Uru, and you know what I mean. And I caught her with Jado. That's all. But you just gotta be strategic with shit.
Unless that woman is a terrible, evil, wicked mother to those children, if your goal is to turn them against her, it's not gonna work. So yes, you can present the truth to them. But if your goal is I'm gonna turn them against, it's most likely not gonna work. That's their mother.
You don't do that to turn the kids against the mother. You do that to let the kids know the truth about you.
Exactly.
So
Yeah, I mean, like,
I got a question.
Just so they know, because she's gonna try to ruin your image. Oh, sorry, Roger, got a whole entire super chat. My fault.
Yeah, I got to get the super chat in, y'all. I got to get the super chat in. Shout out to Elder Blood. He say, Roger, maybe do a show subject if a man steps in to take care of another man's kids. If later the women receive child support, first and foremost, it should be his. I'll consider something like that. But you know, when I do a show about talking about being with a single mother, a lot of times these guys can't get past the fact that the man married a single mother in the first place, even though that's a real thing that's gonna continue to happen for right now. You know, so I see about that one. I see about that one. But I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, y'all. Look, real talk. I'll go file for a divorce. I don't have no issue with that. You know what I'm saying? If a woman's not having sex with me, yeah, I'm gonna file for divorce. But you know what I'm also gonna do? Not pay no bills. Because what am I gonna do? I'm gonna leave. And that's just what it is. I'm gonna leave the household. It's on her now. I'm still leaving. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna be a mystery. When I get to court, I'm like, yeah, we got to a point where the marriage didn't work no more, so I left. Instead of fighting with her in front of the children, because I know she can't control herself. So I did what was best, and I left.
We have a lady on the panel. I'd like to ask her, you know, does she have friends, family, you know, female family and friends who have denied their respective men sex, you know, sexless marriage or sexless relationships? And if so, can you expand on the rationale they've used or the justifications or the commentary they've made as to why they refuse to have sex with their men?
Now, and before we go there, let me say shout out to Kanguru. He said when I was going through this before I left, I made sure her family knew what type of time she was on. She was embarrassed, and I was satisfied. And sometimes that's all you're gonna get, y'all. Sometimes that's all you're gonna get. But K Marie, if could you answer that question for the gentleman, please? But let's see, K Marie, are you available? She did say she was in the office. She may be tired at the moment. Yeah.
She's at
But
work.
if she can't answer, I want to ask a question real quick. I really want to ask a
Yeah,
question real
K,
quick to all of the.
Kay, if you get a chance, Kay, if you heard the
Hey,
question,
so I heard it.
and when
I'm gonna try to respond quickly
oh,
because I am working.
okay,
But I have
okay.
heard, and I'm just use some of my family members. I've heard women say it, and I look at it and like, okay, that's why your marriage isn't working because you're withholding with no valid reason. I don't want to go into the semantics of what they've said because you guys probably already can guess. And a lot of the times they are cheating, and let's be real. But I don't associate myself with women like
Hmm.
that because I call them out. They're a part of the
Already
problem.
cheating.
They are a part of the problem. Systematically, family wise, however you want to coin it, they are a part of the problem. They have this unbelievable Western ideology that gets them nowhere. But then those are also the women that are probably
Usual, let her
raised
get it out, please.
by single women. Say that one more time.
No,
No,
go ahead.
I
Go
was
ahead.
asking the gentleman to let you get it out. Yeah, please continue.
Oh yeah, I mean a lot of the times those are the women that are raised by single mothers. I grew up in a two-parent household, so I know the understand. I understand the balance of man and woman and how things should operate, right? Of course, you get in things, and there are times where things may not go the way that you may have imagined. But yes, these women are out there manipulating that, and I have family members that do it, and I do not associate myself with women like that because I don't believe that that's the right thing to do. But they're also perpetuating the problem for black men, and I have a problem with that.
You gotta
Can
call
I
the
ask? Can
community.
I ask some a point of emphasis? Would you do you think? Let's say you got 10 women who are in a sexist relationship. I'm just using 10 as a
Hmm.
easy percentage marker. If you got 10 women who are in sexless marriages, what? How many of those 10 women are cheating? That based on what you think.
Probably all 10. Shit, let's be real. I'm probably all
Oh
10.
wow!
Maybe not one, but probably all 10. Because here's the thing.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm a woman. I like having sex with my man. It is what it is. That's human. It's biology.
Hmm.
If a woman shuts herself off from her man, she's no longer interested. 90% chance she's giving it to somebody else. Let's just be
Mm-hmm.
real. If you want to be practical, be practical. Let's not dance
Hmm.
around the truth. So, what you guys have to start doing is protect yourself.
So
Y'all
really,
influence
we're
these
not talking
entanglements.
about. So really, we're not really talking about sexlessness. We're talking about infidelity,
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. I was just
hidden
about to say.
infidelity.
I was just about to
Uru,
Yeah.
say.
I told you it's a scientifically proven fact that women go through hysteria, anxiety, all of this stuff if they not having sex. So they got to have sex. So if she's not getting it from the man she's in the house with, it's getting got somewhere else. That sexless relationship stuff is like if
Telling
a
you, man.
female is sick,
Look,
you know what I mean? She like going
A
through
lot of
some real shit, or she's old and that thing don't work no more. And even the old ones is out here having sex.
because a
So
lot of
Exactly.
these
Exactly.
don't forget a lot of these chicks want to know if they still got it. That's another thing that's really you got to add into the equation.
No, no, no. It's even deeper than that. A lot of them are deeply wounded,
mm.
deeply,
That
and they
too.
refuse to get the correction. But a lot
when
of them were raised by single women that have the same ideology, which perpetuates the problem.
when you say deeply wounded, can you
But
elaborate on that for like people
if
who
they
don't
are
They don't
understand
have
what
the
you're
having
saying?
benefit.
if they're having sex if they're having sex but are not having sex with the men they're with, why aren't they having sex with the men that they're with?
You a good provider.
because because you provide stability.
Let her answer the
You
damn
provide
question, man.
you provide stability. Hold on, let me close this door. Hold on. The women that are sticking around, you providing something they need that they can't get for themselves. You got these hoes out here talking about I'm independent. What the fuck you need a man for? Let's be real. If you want to live a life like that, go out there and live it absent of a man. There's a man out there may agree to those terms and conditions. Stop taking the good men away from the women that want them. It's that simple. It's not that hard. So
So it
women are
is
just as fucked up.
the beta. It is really the beta male's provider thing. That's basically it. The beta male provider is the sexless dude, and she's going out to have sex with other men.
No, I wouldn't say he's bait.
Absolutely.
I
I
wouldn't say
mean,
he's
to some
bait. He
degree.
just don't know Uru too.
I'm
He met.
saying to her. I'm
All right.
saying to her, he's the beta male provider. I'm not making a commentary about his quality as a man. I'm saying from her perspective.
Copy. I got
He's
you. My fault.
providing something that she needs, obviously, that she can't do on her own. So she's going to stick around because she got stability. So, yeah, I guess you can put it in that way. If she knows that this
So
man
if
can
you are
provide,
a
pay for this
brother out
mortgage
here
and this
listening and
lifestyle.
you're in a sexist relationship, so if you're out here, brother, and you're listening, you're in a sexist relationship, you're being cheated on. You should
Yes.
almost
Yes,
pretty much assume that you're being cheated on. Yeah.
that's a red flag. That is a huge red flag. And oftentimes we ignore those, and we need to stop doing that.
I guess, yeah, maybe I guess I'm living in a different world than everyone else, man. Like, I think, okay, maybe it could be a reduced amount of sex or a short period, a short interval of no sex or whatever. But again, I
But
think it's
none
to
at
the
all.
point. But I just think that the man may discover this or say, hey, something's going on here. And then he doesn't even pursue the sex anymore. So in that sense, yes, it's sexless.
Let me help you to see it this way. Let me see to help you to see it this way. Okay, I'll use my own personal example. Okay, ahead of me filing for divorce from my ex-wife. Okay, I think we only had sex maybe twice, if that, in the 3 month period leading up to me filing for divorce. Okay, and a month before filing for divorce, she was sleeping in the basement. I had got to a point where I refused to leave my bedroom, off of her BS. So I said, hey, you don't want to cooperate on your end, you can go sleep somewhere else or get another house or whatever. So she started sleeping in the basement about a month before the I filed for divorce. Now, check this out. Not even a year and a half after after divorce finalized, guess who's pregnant?
Her. Because you wait, but
Okay,
the caveat we missing is
so
you stopped having sex with her,
exactly,
Thank
exactly.
like
you.
Jada said, you got
I
caveat.
don't
Like
know
she
why
might,
y'all like
like Jada
again.
said,
Maybe I'm living on another planet, man. But this is
yeah.
what I've seen too. All my military Navy buddies and my people I grew up with and all that stuff. I've seen it quite a bit. You know what I'm saying?
There's
Again,
always
it's not.
Jody around.
But hold on, Jado.
There's exceptions to everything. I'm not
But
saying that. Yeah, go ahead.
but there's caveats, and like you just hit one caveat. I think Roger's coming from the perspective of she's not giving you none. And when she's not trying to have sex with you, that's when that red flag pops up. You know, a chick can disgust you to the point
Absolutely.
where you don't even want it no more. You're like, man, listen, I ain't trying. You know what I mean? But I think the side that everybody is thinking about is when she's denying you sex. That's when that red flag is popping up because that box got to get
One
touched.
thing I want to say is this too. I never met a chick that was dickless. Every single time when a chick does can't get any, like every time when a chick can't get like a regular dick or a real dick or anything like that, somehow she get a plastic dick or a vibrator dick or something else. I never met a chick that went out throughout all her life without some type of dick in her life.
Exactly. It
So
ain't a lot of Mother Teresa.
All right. Now this is a great chance for me to read this super chat. Shout out to LS Active. He said, "Happy birthday, Black Rule. Many birthdays to come. I'm with Roger. Cheat or withhold, there will be consequences. Laying flat with or without kids perpetuates the problem if culturally accepted by the men, in my opinion."
Finally, bro.
And all I'm gonna say is, I got into marriage for me. When I can't benefit from the marriage is useless to me. I treat
And
useless stuff
Roger,
like it's useless.
Roger, that's where you went wrong right there. Did you just hear what you just said?
No, I heard what I
You
said.
said, wait a
No,
minute,
I meant it too. I meant it. I
wait,
understand she got in for her. I got in for me.
But
and
now
that's why it
Chef
don't
about to
work.
spit some shit. Let him hit
Yeah,
it,
that's
Chef.
why it don't work. You got
Bro,
in it for you.
the reason your
You didn't
marriages
get in
are
it.
ending is not
Whoa.
because the men are
Hey,
not doing their
hey,
part.
Hold
Chef
on.
is talking, bro. Chef is talking.
Hold on. And let me say this. Usual, you keep cutting folks off and talking over
I
folks,
couldn't hear you, so
bro.
that's my
Calm
bad. So I
down.
apologize on that.
Calm down, bro. Because you done talked over Elder Uru, you done talked over Roger, you done talked over K Marie. Bruh, relax.
That Uganda wireless got a lag in it.
No, I'm serious. I couldn't hear him, but I mean, if you got an issue with it, I just bounce. It is what it is, bro. Like I said, if he in an emotional state about it, bro, I just bounce, bro. Like I said, if like I said, I didn't hear him, so when he said quote unquote stop, I stopped.
Yeah, it's all good, bro. It's all good, bro. We good.
We believe you. We believe.
But my point is this: if you say I got into the marriage for me, you went into it wrong. You didn't go. You go into a marriage to lose yourself and become something bigger with someone else.
Chef,
and if you
I'm
don't
not
go into a marriage, wait, because you can't just skip over that.
What? No,
Because
Chef. There's a context to it. I understand what you're saying. I'm not going to disagree with it. But I'm saying, as a single person, I'm making this choice to be a part of this union. But I did do it for myself because I'm a single man. So the reason I got into it was for me. Now, I understand the marriage is going to be about us. I'm not going to say that at all, that it's not about us. But the reason I'm choosing to leave this world of the single life to get into this marriage is because this marriage provides something bigger. And if I can't get bigger, that's going to be a problem. That's all. That's what I'm saying.
Now you still bugging, Chef. Get him.
I ain't bugging.
You try to clean it up. Go ahead, Chef. Get him. Yeah.
All right. Let me.
I got a popcorn scoop for him, Chef.
That's the reality. The reality for me is I'm making my own decision about why I'm getting into something. The same way when you got a job, you made your own decision by why you applied for that job. They got a different lifestyle, and you change certain things about yourself because of that job, but you got in it for yourself.
So entertain me on what would you be getting into?
Okay, wait. Let me come at this a different way. Let me try a different angle. Oh, Roger, you gonna make me work today. You really are.
We love you, Chef.
I swear. Okay, let me ask this. If we were talking about, what you would do as far as, when you leave, saying the truth about the woman that you're leaving. What kind of woman would you really marry if you can see yourself destroying this woman? Like, you don't just marry a woman because the sex is good. Understand that. You don't just marry a woman because the sex is good. You marry a woman because she provides something. She is someone to you that is unique from everyone else. And that's not something you tear down, because if you can easily tear that down, that says a lot about your choosing ability. It says a lot about your vetting ability. You didn't vet properly, because if you can just throw this away so easily, what'd you get married for? And see, that's the thing. When you get married, it's not an easy decision, and it's not to be taken lightly. Because when you get out of it, it's gonna be hell and high water to get out of it. Why would you marry a woman that you can see yourself shaming? Like, I'm gonna ask this, Black Ooh, you and your wife have been married a long time. Your wife ever piss you off?
A lot, actually. Over the years, certainly she has. Yeah.
Over the years, and if I'm honest, I can honestly say me and my wife done come to the point of almost getting a divorce, like for real. But there is no way in the world I could ever see destroying her character or her image, because that's the woman that I chose to marry. It says a lot about me if I'm willing to destroy that because I didn't choose right. It says nothing about her, but it says everything about me.
I understand what you're saying, Chef.
Chef, can I say something? Chef. Wait, I just want to say this. I want to say this one quick thing.
And your children that you love have to deal with your destroying their mother. And even if everything you say about her is true, even if she's the biggest hoe that ever walked the earth, she's still their mother. And they're still going to be devastated by the fact that you, their father, destroy their mother.
Yep.
That's going to linger with them. That's going to stay with them.
Yeah.
It's
Now she
one thing
destroys
for
herself.
somebody else to destroy their mother. It's a whole
Exactly.
other thing for you to do. You being their father to destroy their mother.
Oh wait, can I say this to rebuttal what Chef said? I just want to say one thing that would like to rebuttal what Chef said. It was just like one thing, like Chef, like every single married man told me, and every single divorced man told me this: you don't truly know your wife until you get a divorce. So I'm just saying, like, I get what you're trying to say, but at the end of the day, majority of y'all told us that, hey, you don't really know this woman. You can't really blame my picker because there's a whole bunch of dudes that thought they picked the right one.
No, that's a fallacious analogy, because if him and his wife never, if him and his wife never divorced, then obviously he fucking knew her. Obviously he knew if they never got a divorce, if they never get a divorce. So it's a fallacious conclusion. It's a fallacious analogy.
Exactly.
Okay. Now
Exactly.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. Hold on. Let me get this in. I have not said I'm gonna destroy my wife at all. I've never said I'm gonna do anything to kids. What I'm going to do is respond to the actual world that I'm in. If my wife will not give me sex, it is my job to address her, and I'm going to address her. If we get to a point where we cannot get past that, I already know this is now a situation I can't fix. I'm going to the next chapter because that's where we're headed to. Now, will I file for divorce? Sure, but I'm leaving. It's that simple. At the end of the day, I don't have to participate with a sexless marriage for anybody's sake. Again, my children are going to learn there are tough things that happen in life, and I'm going to prepare my children for the future.
Roger. See, this is some bullshit, Roger, because none of us never said you shouldn't divorce her. None of us never said you shouldn't divorce her. In fact, the whole debate has been I'm going to hold on to her until she cheats. I'm going to stop paying bills so she gets mad and cheat, and then I can use that as justification to divorce her. That's where the bullshit kicked in. If you started from the very beginning, Roger, hold on. If you started from the very beginning and said to me, if my woman stopped having sex with me, I'm going to divorce her, we wouldn't have had this argument. We would not have had this debate. I would have said you are 100% in your rights, and I fully support that decision. But that's not what you said. What you said is, I'm going to tank my finances and hope that when I stop paying the mortgage, she's going to start cheating on me, and then I'm going to use that as the basis of divorcing her while my house is in foreclosure and I got to declare bankruptcy. That's what you said.
What the thing is, the house being in foreclosure just makes it very easy. At the end of the day, I didn't say I'm gonna hold on to. I did say I ain't gonna pay no bills.
Ain't no damn thing easy about foreclosure.
Right.
This is
Roger, that is kind of crazy. I just want to.
No. Hold on. This is it. At the end of the day, I've already addressed her about the sexlessness. She does not want to solve the problem. She's not mine anymore. So all the different thoughts that I have about protecting me and mine no longer include her. So guess what? It's time for me to go somewhere else because I ain't paying no bills.
Roger. What does the state have to say about what you're saying?
The state ain't gonna even know until the state won't even have a decision made. I'm already be elsewhere.
Where are you going to live? Where are you going to live when you have wrecked your credit rating with a foreclosure and a bankruptcy? You're going to be living in your fucking car. You're going to be living in your car.
And how you going to travel? How you going to travel? How you going to keep your car registered?
Hold on. Listen.
Roger going to his daddy house.
If we go, you know what? It is an option. But at the end of the day, when it come down to it, before the state even knows any of this stuff, I'm already gone. Once I know we're getting a divorce, I'm just going somewhere else to live.
Roger,
That's an automatic thing.
Roger, if you're not leaving the country, it's not viable. It's
Roger,
not
the
viable.
moment you stop paying, hold on. Let's talk how the world works. The
Thank you.
moment you stop paying that mortgage, that shit is appearing on your credit rate. So now you trying to go get some other place to live. They're gonna run your credit. They're gonna see you behind. Your credit rating is taking a hit and you behind on your mortgage. Right away, that's gonna disqualify you for most decent places to live, much less trying to buy another house. That's how it actually works.
Yeah.
See, Roger, what Wu was trying to tell you is you have to handle it like a gangster. You ain't getting no sex. You say, yo, we ain't fucking. We gonna have to divorce. We gonna sell this house if we getting up out of here. You go your way. But all that trying to, you know what I mean, shake the tree shake the bush so the snakes come out. That's gonna mess you up even worse.
They're gonna shake you down, Roger. When they catch up to you, they're gonna shake you down.
I'm gonna say this. There is an option to selling the house because I don't need the house anymore. So hey, we will put it on the market at the end of the day. Number two, I'm gonna be somewhere else before anything goes. The only thing Black Rule really just told me is he say pay one more mortgage payment, then leave.
Roger.
Oh my God.
You said, Roger, you said y'all gonna sell the house. You said y'all gonna sell the house. You said y'all gonna sell the house. So she gonna be in on this plan with you? She gonna cooperate? You ain't gonna have to fight over the house. None of that's gonna be involved in the court because y'all gonna sell the house.
At the end of the day, that ain't even my house no more because I'm just using usual examples.
Whose name is on the mortgage?
No,
Whose
here's
name
what
is
I'm
on the
saying.
deed?
Hold on. This is what I'm saying. According to most people who go through this, that man don't end up with that house no way. That ain't my house.
No, but your name is on it though. So
I understand all that, but I do understand that is no longer my house.
But even if it don't end up their house anymore, most of them are not going into foreclosure. It ain't just about losing the house, Roger. It's about the consequences of foreclosure.
Fellas, it's easy to take this stance when it's not happening.
Yes.
It's not happening.
Yeah.
It's hypothetical.
Call of Duty versus a
Let
real battlefield.
Roger have this thing, man. He got it.
Hold on.
Can we skip Roger's thing? I just want to
He keeps bringing it up. He keeps bringing it up. And, Roger, you say you don't like to spread false narratives on your channel. But with all due respect, bro, that's exactly what you're doing on this subject.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I can accept that y'all think I'm wrong. I can accept that.
No, we don't think you're wrong. You're wrong, brother.
We know you're wrong.
Yeah,
we know you're wrong.
Brother. Don't think that, brother. We know you're wrong. You are.
Listen,
I'm just gonna say this one last
said it
thing
in the chat earlier.
I'm gonna say this one last
said it in the
thing.
chat earlier.
She might just pay the mortgage because she want to keep it. Maybe she like that house. She might want to keep that house. She might just pay the mortgage on the house.
That's different, Rod. That's a whole other situation, Rod. Come on, man. You try.
Roger, you could have swindling out of there. You said that you cut it off without her even knowing, basically.
No, I'm saying, I'm saying I am leaving. I can't
what
hide
she
that.
is going to do is she's going to get an attorney, go to divorce court. They going to clamp down on all your financial shit. And whatever you have, you're going to end up paying for that house anyway, man.
Exactly.
Do you know how this system works? Do you know how this system works, man?
Don't let Roger get your blood pressure up. You said it calmly earlier, Black Guru, and I'm gonna lean on your wisdom. Roger, you just don't know. You just don't know.
Don't let Roger ruin your birthday, Guru. Don't let Roger ruin your birthday, man.
Don't.
Hey, you guys, I want to correct something.
All them super chats. All the super chats is going to Mrs. Roger Report Live. Every super chat going to Mrs. Roger Report Live. That's what's gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen.
I'll be at court on the court date.
I just want to correct. I just want to correct something though from earlier that I was saying about the whole going nuclear. Like where you guys, because the other part about this thing is about like, oh, exposing the kids to the stuff. That was me. What I was more like, what I really am trying to say is about the fact is, if the divorce is going to be dirty, then I'm gonna go as dirty as it. If she's gonna ruin my image to my kids, then I'm gonna ruin her image to the kids too. But if it's everything's all kosher, everything's all good, it's a good thing. She's not gonna ruin me. That won't ruin her image in front of the kids too. Because it's more like, if you're gonna do that to me, try to make me seem like I'm the bad father, you gonna be look like the whore ass mother that you're gonna be. Or I mean, actually, sorry,
wait a second.
Hold on, Black Reset, before you respond. Hold on, before you respond, shout out to Trail Bentley. This is a good time to say this one. He say this subject got y'all Negroes in y'all feels.
Very yes. Let me say something to that brother, because I understand that he doesn't have children. And when you're a father,
I'm speaking out of ignorance.
Yeah, I understand. When you're a father and you're a husband and you're dedicated to the success of that, even in its failure, men fall on their swords for their children, because we brought those children here. We're responsible for those children. And no matter how bad it is between you and your wife and your ex-wife to be, you don't want your children to wear that burden. So we don't do that, bro.
Yeah,
I know it don't feel like it right now as a single man, but I'm telling you, when it's you versus your wife, you are going to be the one to fall on your sword to keep the damage as much as possible away from your children.
Okay, I get that, but I'm gonna be honest. Let me be honest here, right? If me and my wife is on the Titanic and my kids aren't are not even on the Titanic, who do you think is gonna get on that boat? Me or my wife? I know I am. I get where you're coming from.
The way you sound, don't sound like your wife.
She ain't
gonna make it. My wife ain't gonna make it. Like, she ain't gonna make it. I'm sorry, she got to go.
I understand what you're saying, but there's a way you can still win that game. Like your kids are going to grow up and be people. Your daughter's going to grow up and have and start getting a relationship. Your son is going to grow up and get in a relationship, and then they will start seeing what goes on. And hopefully, they smart enough and they're witty enough to say, you know what? Let me ask my pops what really happened. And that's when you can do that. But you don't want to do that while they're 18.
A lot of times we speak on things as if we're playing video games, man. Like there's nothing attached to it, man. So we just speak casually about stuff as if nothing else is attached to it. Like you can just hit the reset button or just turn it off and go about your. It doesn't work that way in reality.
Yeah, you got women out here right now, 45 years old, who didn't thinking that everything was going, thinking they could just press the reset button, and it ain't like that.
Man,
I'm telling you.
You know, reset button on a Titanic, she's gonna get pushed off. I'm getting my spot.
No. I'm gonna tell you how that works in real life. I got a 25-year-old, 26-year-old daughter, and a 22-year-old son. This is how this works in real life. One of your children comes to you and say, Dad, what happened between you and Mom? Do you really want to know? This is what you're asking them. Do you really want to know? Yes. Okay. I don't want you to think poorly of your mother, but we got to have a drink to have this conversation. That's how that happens, bro. You got to be talking to grown folk. If you do that to your children,
I would say to them. And one of the things I would say to them in that conversation is, I know you love your mother or your father,
that's right.
If you're a woman on husband. But let's remember, this is a human being.
Yes.
Remind them that their mother is a human being like everybody else. Because if they feel that their mother is a human being, then I think they can more rationally see what is to follow.
Yeah. When I address my children about their mother's behavior, I always let them know, you will never disrespect your mother. I will not tolerate that. This is not information for you to use to be disrespectful towards your mother. That is a hard no. Never will that be allowed. But I tell them information they need to know for my protection, so that their mother can't paint me as something that I'm not. And that's all that's for.
Now I'm saying shout out to LS Active, y'all. He said there's always a reset button. Now, I'm gonna say this from this perspective, y'all, and hopefully this will make y'all understand where I'm coming from. Sometimes you get in a situation where you have nothing but bad choices in front of you. You're going to lose no matter what. You're gonna lose no matter what. Lose on your own terms. That's simple to me. If I'm gonna lose no matter what, I'm gonna lose the way I want to. I'm gonna do it the most comfortable way for me. Because at the end of the day,
simple.
Well, I mean, it's a reality of life. And that's just what it is. There is realistically the chance of you winning in a divorce, if you can consider it winning and losing, it's not going to happen anyway. Number one, what you plan for is not actually happening because you plan to spend your life with this woman, and that ain't happening. You're already losing no matter what. Now the thing is, how bad is the situation going to be? Me, if I got a divorce, I'm going somewhere else. I'm not sending a dime over there, except maybe something specifically for child support, trying to help my own narrative of what I'm going to end up being forced to pay child support on. But sending her any money for anything else is not going to happen. You want a divorce. If you want to live in that house, pay the bills in that house. I will pay when the judge tell me what I got to pay. I ain't going to give you a dime till then. It's that simple. Now, I don't care what she wants to do with that information, because that will be her reality, because I'm going to leave. I'm not going to be there. That house don't mean nothing to me anymore, because that was my family home. If my family ain't present, the house don't need to be present.
All right, well, you're gonna have to really plan that out, and that's gonna have to be a long process, because if you try to do that stuff on a whim, it's not going to work out the way that you're saying that it will logistically.
I have no problem going to court to see what they're gonna say about it. Yeah, Yana, we getting a divorce. I moved because if I didn't move, it was gonna be trouble. Point blank. So I left, so we can't even accuse me of trouble. So I left. Now I'm gonna do
you definitely not gonna see your kids no more after that.
Yeah, you abandoned the family home.
No. You just let the judge know that you left because it was gonna be some more trouble. You just told the judge you weren't stable.
No,
Man.
what I'm telling
You just
forget
got
about your
congratulations. Congratulations, you just got yourself a restraining order. Congratulations.
Oh, and then the attorney on that.
Against seeing your
because
kids.
watch this, Roger.
Let an
Watch this,
attorney pick
Roger.
that up and
It
coach
has
that.
absolutely nothing, Roger. It has absolutely nothing to do with your intent, but your intent has absolutely nothing to do with impact.
Roger, with that statement in the court of law, you just got your ex-wife's legal fees taken care of by some Catholic assistant.
Because at the end of the day, y'all didn't even let me finish. She cannot handle this situation. She's gonna act poorly. Period.
No, you think she
Therefore,
is.
I remove myself because I don't want us fighting in front of the kids. I don't want no arguing going on. I don't want no unnecessary anything going on. So I'm already out the house. If she want to keep the house, she
Objection,
can
Your
keep the
Honor.
house. You see what I'm
Objection,
saying?
Your Honor. Speculation.
I mean, they can say that if they want. They can't say that.
And they're
I'm
gonna
not.
say that, and the judge is going to say sustain. Jury,
Sustain.
disregard that from the record. So all of that you
Strike from
just
the record.
said means nothing. Means absolutely nothing.
No,
Because you can feel how you want to feel, but when it comes to the law, it is very much black and
you
white.
said in the current environment is set up for them to, okay, we got to put a restraining order on this guy. He's a threat to his wife. He's a threat maybe to the children. That's what you're arming them with in this current family court system.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing. Everything, in fact, Roger, with all due respect, everything you recommended, you're basically guaranteeing all favor be taken against you in the dissolution of that marriage. Because I promise you, the moment they know you stop paying bills willingly and intentionally, you are a hostile, you're viewed as a hostile entity in that court system.
Yeah.
That you're instantly viewed as
You
that.
are the aggressor. You're the aggressor.
I mean, they can do that if they want. At the end of the day, I'm gonna come to court when I need to come to court. I'm gonna do y'all. I'm here to do whatever you say my part is. There's nothing that y'all they're gonna be able to play on me as I'm the aggressor. I left. The marriage ain't viable anymore,
They
and
they
I'm
gonna
here
pull
to
your payroll records. They gonna pull your payroll records. They gonna say you make X number of dollars during this period. How is it you didn't pay the mortgage? You didn't pay the car note. You didn't pay the kids' school bills. You didn't pay the utilities. How is it you made? Let's say you made $120,000 a year. How is it you made $120,000 a year
And
and you
didn't
didn't
help with
pay any of those bills?
man.
And the moment they see that, you are an enemy of the court. The moment they
Yeah.
see that,
Yep. That's
the
that
moment they
mandatory
see that.
document exchange. That's that mandatory document exchange that I was telling you about, Roger. It's called an MDE. If you want to look it up and read it for yourself, they're going to list all your assets and all your liabilities. And also something that you might want to look up is Form 14. Form 14 is the child support guideline. If you're making more money than that woman, they're going to hit you with child support. Even if you have joint legal and physical custody, you're still going to pay child support if you make more than that woman. And if you don't pay something toward the care of the children while you're so-called stacking up this, flea fund for yourself, they're going to come after that too, because it's going to come in child support arrears plus interest.
And the house you foreclosed on, what you've done is you basically guaranteed that they're gonna set that thing up so that you got to pay for that woman to live somewhere else.
Yep.
So you might as well
Yep.
have tried to
Alimony.
keep that house.
So what y'all
Well,
basically,
And please,
so what the fellas is saying, instead of chasing ass and paying for OnlyFans, men need to be out here lobbying these politicians to get a lot of this stuff changed. And we literally sitting on our hands, letting this stuff just eat us up from the outside in.
yeah.
Laws got to change. We gotta get out here and get this stuff changed. Cause
If
Roger
you
gonna
want
hang himself.
if you want to see the changes that Roger is suggesting, you're gonna have to do some lobbying. Right now, this is what Roger is suggesting is erroneous and not realistic. If anybody follows Roger's advice, they are going to find themselves incarcerated.
Yes. Yes. In
I'm gonna
jail.
say shout out to Afro Merchant. He say more real world experiences, examples, and solutions tax. Y'all on fire. Hashtag support black men media. Hashtag SYSBM. Hashtag long live Negroes in the wilderness. Hashtag long live the habitual line steppers. And I'm just gonna say, look, at the end of the day, I came to court to see what you say I have to do, not hearsay on what I got to do. You're gonna tell me what I got to do, y'all. And I ain't got no issue with that, and it's gonna be taken care of the way the quote unquote court sees fit.
Hold on,
And
Raj.
that
Let me defend you real quick because they've been beating you up for about an hour. Y'all gonna have to excuse. Y'all gonna have to excuse my brother Roger. We Chicagoans, and when we crash out, we just completely crash out.
I see.
Roger on some mutually assured destruction shit. So he's definitely and I get where y'all coming from because y'all pointing out all the mutually assured destruction. So I think what listening to this conversation for me, I think black men's problems start way before you get to a sexless situation in a marriage. Your problems probably started in the dating, and I think the crux of it is how are black men socializing? Uh, how do we disseminate the code of conduct of how we go about managing the power in a relationship? As the man who dictates the terms of a relationship at every level, how do we manage that? And I think part of the reason you would even find yourself, or one of the ways you'll find yourself in a sexless situation is because you didn't manage the power way before that. So there weren't consequences to things, not clear and open, clear-cut consequences. Like I guarantee most black men who marry don't really tell their wife, if you cheat on me, I'm divorcing you immediately. That's just that goes
yes.
unspoken. A lot of shit goes unspoken in our relationship. If we being 100, we don't really have. So early in a there's not a consequence for your woman or your fiance or your wife not following your directions properly. You just maybe get into an argument or clean up her mess or tell her, damn, you didn't listen, but it's really no consequences. And that shit stacks up to a point where Like now with Roger, I think Roger's coming from a position where, like I said, yeah, Roger's just blowing up the whole world on some just fuck it. I got to be prepared to blow up the whole world. Maybe that'll deter, like as a deterrent. But on some real shit, I think we need to, black men, we have to fix crafts, and this is a social issue. This is not necessarily policy. Certain aspects, like Shark was saying, definitely goes into a policy aspect, but mostly black men are not taught to manage the power properly as a man in a relationship, where it leaves a lot of shit unspoken and consequences aren't clear. So in the terms of sexless marriage, a consequence, I think, is I'm going to cheat on you. I'm going to get sex somewhere. So I
Yes.
would tell my girl before we even have a problem, while we're having fun, giggling, watching the movie, and the credits come up. I'm gonna say, by the way, if you ever stop having sex with me, I'm gonna cheat on you, right? That would be an actual discussion before it even happens. But because you're trying to clean this shit up after the fact, you end up having to blow the world up and throw grenades in the room.
Yeah,
But I'll
yeah,
land there.
yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, man. That's a really good point because, yeah, oftentimes it's all, the problem is already there, like you're saying, when you start trying to work on the problem essentially and make the modifications. Yeah, if you go into it, and I will say this about you and Roger and Usual Business, you two are in a position because you're not married and you don't have children where you can go into a relationship like that because you already have that wisdom. But unfortunately, a lot of black men are going into that kind of situation with no wisdom, and that wisdom comes later when they're in that situation already.
Well, I do want to say, now part of the reason I can say what I say, and I ain't gonna say I'm spoiled, but I have admitted that I do got a bunch of options of places I could go. So that is my actual world. I got a bunch of options where I can go. I can end up in some place where I may not end up paying no rent at all. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, I do live in a world where I believe consequences are always there unless somebody gives you a pass. So if I got a woman who don't want to have sex with me, I understand there's an issue to resolve. I'm going to attempt to resolve the issue. If that issue can't be resolved, I understand it's next part of life at this point. This part of your life is over now. Your marriage life is now over. I'm going to the next step. Might as well embrace the run because it's about to happen. I can do like something.
The fallacy in what you present about your quote marriage life being over is your life ain't over, and everything ain't about your damn marriage. Your job ain't about your damn marriage. Your credit rating ain't about your damn marriage. Your bankruptcy ain't about your damn marriage, especially after that marriage is over. Your children's future, whatever resources you have or won't have to pay for their education, ain't gonna be about that fucking marriage. You still are gonna have that obligation to want to educate your children. So you have a very conceptualized view of marriage and family and whatever, and the vast majority of people, especially people who actually end up getting married and have children, realize that the shit don't begin and end with I do or a divorce decree. It don't begin and end with that shit. Life goes on, and you still got to better position yourself to make it when the marriage fails. And I say this as a long-time married man, but I maintain bug out positioning too. I still, regardless of what would have happened to my marriage, I was still going to pay for my daughter's education. That was going to happen. Regardless of what was going to happen between me and my wife, I was still going to do the best I can financially to maintain myself and improve myself and build up my investment portfolio or whatever, regardless of what happened to our marriage. So, this whole, we got to detonate every damn thing because a bitch won't give up some ass, even if you happen to marry that bitch. I don't get that.
Different time though. That's the problem.
Yeah, and
It's not a different. It's not a different time.
I've never said that I
Mm-hmm.
won't. I've never said that I won't look out for the kids. Now, Hot Sauce was saying some stuff about me not paying for the kids. I've never said I ain't gonna pay for the kids,
You
but
broke as hell. You broke. You know, Roger. There are certain kinds of jobs you cannot get with a bad credit rating. In fact, most of your professional jobs, your high-end professional jobs, they're gonna do a credit search on your ass. Do you know that? Do you all know that?
Yeah.
If you're in certain
Yeah, I know
professions,
that.
you know that.
I know
Yeah.
that.
But Black
So
Rule,
when
with
you
all the
ruin,
things that you
so
told
when
us, why
you
would you get
ruin
married
your
though?
credit rating and you get that foreclosure and all of that shit, that's what you're doing. You're not just tanking that marriage. You're potentially tanking your financial future.
But Black Rule, but like, why would you get married under those circumstances? Because like, it seems like how I'm looking at it, right? You either certain up, you either
Why
certain
is
up.
the fucking sky is blue? You've already married. We're talking about people who've already made the decision.
Oh yeah,
We are
you
not
already made
talking
maybe
about
you already
what
screwed
you
yourself
should be
then.
doing.
I mean,
I'm saying we're not talking about what you should be doing going forward. I've already co-signed on the SYSBM and Save Yourself Black Man. I'm totally with you on that. We're not talking about them, brother. We're not talking about you brothers that have yet to do this. We're saying once you're in it, this is the decision making that men make and why. Now, I 100% say don't get no American wife right now. I'm 100% go get a woman from the most traditional damn background you can get who gonna listen to what you say and if you raise your hand up at her, she might expect it to be coming. I'm okay with that. But that's not how most of us brothers are right now. So we got to deal with the world we're actually in right now.
and I want to say shout out to Kangaroo. He said, Your Honor, the abuse caused by my wife withholding intimacy caused me severe mental health issues. That's why I ain't. That's why I ain't pay ish.
it affected my work. I couldn't
Yeah, okay.
sleep.
Good luck. Good luck.
You know.
Good luck. They
Well,
gonna
I
turn
think
around and accuse you of coercion.
no. It's somebody got to try something for a first time and see how it play out. Just to see how it play out. And also
Well,
shout
we
out
already
to
know how
Trail
it's gonna play
Bailey.
out, Roger.
Hey, y'all really feeding brothers to the fire with this one, man.
No.
I'm not.
I'm just saying, we don't know how it's gonna play out till it play out. Shout out to Trail Bentley. Appreciate the Trail Bentley tax as well. He said no price is too high for peace of mind. And one more, shout out to Shark Sims. He said, happy birthday, OG Uru. I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. And happy birthday again, Black Uru. Real talk. I hope you got something great planned for the day. Real talk.
Oh, happy birthday, Uru. I didn't know that. I'm sorry. I mean,
see, if you'd have been here on time, you would have known it was his birthday.
Oh, my bad.
My
bad. I guess I gotta send him some money. I'll send you, some $20 cash out.
No,
Roger,
I got
a question for you. I got a question, Roger. I want to know. Well, no, I want to say it like this. I don't think you all realize the lengths that a man will go to marry a woman. When a man has decided this is the woman that I'm gonna marry, believe me, it is not just because of sex. That is not a decision you make just behind sex. Because if that were the case, Roger, you would have already been married because you done already had a woman curl your toes and bend your elbows one time. But see, I want to know what you all are going through. See, you hadn't poured into anything.
My wife was raised Pentecostal, hardcore. These people built churches. This would not have been the woman I married for sex. This would not have been the woman I married for sex.
Exactly. So I'm like, what you throwing it away on something that the marriage isn't even based on, and until you have actually pursued a woman to the point of marriage, you have no idea how much of your heart goes into that. because you don't understand how much of your heart you gonna rip out. You don't know what that feels like. That's why you can be so cavalier, because you've never ripped out a piece of yourself. And to say it would be so easy and I would do this and do that, bruh, I hate to say it, but man, you are really pushing a false narrative and making it sound easier than it really is, because you are not respecting the emotions and the emotional stability of men.
And even the process, I mean, goodness, when you really pursuing a wife as a man, we
Yo,
talk
somebody
about
got
that on the
wild
show.
stuff going on in the background.
Am I good?
Yeah.
Yeah, you good,
All right.
wrong, but
All right.
somebody else got it.
But when you're pursuing a woman, getting to know her father is part of that process as well. You understand what I'm saying? Like, that man is essentially handing his daughter off to you. If the father is present, if the father is there and he loves his daughter, you are developing a relationship with that man as well, and he is trusting you for the care of his daughter after that.
Don't forget,
So y'all talking about the conversation as if the conversation the
Oh,
woman,
that's
y'all already
you.
got the bond with the woman, correct? That's basically that's where y'all starting the conversation from, correct?
Yeah, usual. You got your background noise is crazy.
Yeah,
Was that me or was that
Yeah,
somebody else?
Yeah.
that's you.
What I say what you're gonna say, but when you're done, turn your phone off and turn it on. Come back.
Okay. If you know it was a Genghis Khan, right? He had a friend that was named, I think it was Temujin, or one of his close allies, right? Basically, him and his little boy, I forgot what Temujin, right? Basically, this guy was like his day one boy. His day one boy, basically, quote unquote, when his wife got snatched or whatever. This the dude who helped him go get his wife back. This the dude who helped him basically conquer all the first smaller tribes before he went for China, right? He didn't believe old bro was going to eventually even betray him. Eventually, he really didn't, right? Even when he beat him the first time after he quote unquote after he betrayed him again, right? He beat him a second time. His wife was like, "Hey, you got to kill this man again, bro. Because like at the end of the day, if you're gonna be actual Khan, repeat this. If you're gonna be the actual leader, Khan, or the leader of these people, you have to set the precedent that certain things can't be quote unquote done, right? I mean, he loved Temujin, right? You see what I'm saying, right? He loved the dude, right? Like, this was his day one, quote unquote. Hey, but we conquer, the majority of the tribes together of the Mongols, right? And before he went to go conquer all of China and became who he was, at the end of the day, old bro switched up, and he had to react to the reality that old bro switched up. If now I'm granted, now if a woman does switch up, you can't. It's almost as if we saying if she switch up that you can still have the same relationship with somebody who already told you, I'm no longer here for you. I'm here for my own well-being, and think that's going to be good for the house collectively. I don't think that's going to be the proper way. But maybe, like I said, I ain't never raised no family from childhood from childhood all the way to adulthood, and had no wife. But I do understand structures, and I do understand people, and I'm looking at the history of many people, not just myself, and not just men in this society throughout history. Once somebody eventually show change up and show you this who I really am, bro, you got to accept that. Or one of the days on the battlefield, that knife may be at your neck, and it will not be as merciful. And women, I've already showed you, they are not.
Okay, now, that was a good story, but you might want to reread what you read, because actually Temujin is the birth name of Genghis.
Yeah. I forgot his name. I forgot the name. I couldn't remember the name of the friend.
Yeah, just so if you're gonna tell that story,
I forgot his real name.
get the names right.
And I just want to say,
I just want to say,
hold on, Jay Moore, before you say it, let me say this, and then you got it. I'm gonna say real quickly, what I am saying, my decisions won't have anything to do with sex. Sex was just an indicator to me. It's not about the sex itself. The fact that she won't have sex to me is just an indicator to a bigger problem. And that's why I keep saying I will go to her to get whatever that problem is resolved. Now, if she makes it plain to me, she refuses for the problem to be resolved, what I'm doing next ain't got nothing to do with sex. Got something to do with who we are as people and the fact that we don't rock with each other anymore. Plain and simple. Got nothing to do with sex at that point. Sex is just an indicator, and that's it.
He said, "We don't even talk
Wait.
anymore."
Ooh, I just want to, one thing I want to point out too is that don't forget this whole entire video is about like people that's already in what's called a marriage and how should they go about sexless marriages, and then also for the people who might go into marriage, what you should do so you can so you don't have to go into a sexless marriage, or how to handle it too. So it's just like we need to really start pinning down what this conversation is really about, because at the end of the day it's just like what Roger's saying. I'm not gonna lie, Roger, I'm with everybody else, kind of going off the walls a little bit like with it. I get it. You should say everybody gonna get radiation today. I get it. But at the same time, I'm like, it's certain decisions I'll make for my children, for the betterment from my family, for the children and stuff, that I couldn't do like what you're doing. I mean, the best decision I can make in your situation to be like, like the Titanic situation. I'm like, hey man, if it becomes like for me, for my wife, like if it's a spot for me or my child, and my wife is on board with us, my wife is gonna be staying on board, and me and my child will be going onto the lifeboat, floating away. I'm just gonna look at it as that. But for the rest of us out here that's just getting a marriage, it's just more like what it came to, like what I first came in my opening statement was just like, look, you might as well just tell the chick when you guys first started dating and when you guys are about to get married, like right on the wedding day and everything, right in front of everybody's like, hey, there's no sexless marriage stuff going on here. If you do this thing, I'm out here screwing somebody else or whatever is going to happen. Like you're going to give them the rundown of what's going to happen. Cause there's no, like, I just look at it for the betterment for me and my child if we're already married. And if not, like in the beginning, it's going to be just to warn her and tell her like, hey, so it won't be no surprise. And then also to like have it all recorded so I could actually show it to the judge and all this stuff. It's like, hey, I told her I was going to cheat on her. Like, if she does this stuff, I told her I was going to divorce her if this was happening.
You would not risk your life to protect your wife. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, depending on the situation. But if it's Titanic situation, I'm picking my life.
I don't
know what
I'm not talking about depending on those situations. I'm saying you would not risk your life or sacrifice your life to protect your wife.
Probably not. No.
Okay.
It's situational.
All right. Well, I mean, because I don't know any man any husband who don't view it to be his responsibility to risk his life to protect his wife. I mean, I've been in a number of situations to protect my wife where there was like no hesitation. It wasn't even really a thought.
Like a reflex.
It wasn't even really it was a reflex. Right. That of course I'm going to get in front of this car. Of course I'm going to get in front of this pit bull. Of course I'm going to go see who's really outside of our house, while my wife, my daughters are I mean, it's no hesitation. So I don't even
it's a situational.
I mean,
it's really situational.
Of course I'm going to put my wife and the children on the lifeboat and think fondly of me.
Real quick. I want to say this because I got to walk away for a second. And I'm just going to say, bro, I don't think you marry a woman that you wouldn't risk your life for. And that's just, what I'm saying, who's going to actually marry someone?
Like I said, it's situational.
No, I say it's situational.
That's the point. I mean, you guys talk a lot. You guys talk a lot, man. But y'all don't be talking about reality. It's like Jado was saying. It's a video game kind of shit going on with a lot of you guys, man.
Well, I do want to say this for myself then. I'm going to say it like that. No, what I'm saying is I don't have a use for a sexless marriage. Now, if it's a medical situation, cool. It's fine. It's a medical thing. You know what I'm saying? If it's some real, I don't know, outside of a medical thing, I can't think of nothing else right now that would actually stop people from having sex in a marriage. But if it's something legitimate, okay, cool. That's just happens in life. Sometimes you don't get the best things in life. I can accept that. But you just choosing not to? Nah, I'm not playing that game with you. It's never been my plan. It's never going to be my plan. I just don't have use for it.
You kind of changing the conversation now. Man, we're talking about somebody you married and made the mother of your children, and we're kind of being casual about, I'm just gonna get on this lifeboat and let her ass go down with the ship. That
So
ain't no
wait,
marriage kind of
look,
shit I know
if
in
she was my wife,
real
why
talk.
can't she sacrifice her
Real
life for me?
fucking talk.
What's
That
wrong with
ain't
her
no.
not
That
sacrificing
is
her life for me?
that is not your role. That is not your responsibility as a man. You're the
There's more
protector,
women on this
man.
planet
That's
than
your
us.
role.
Man, you know, Roger,
Hold on, real quick,
No.
because that flip flopping ain't about me. I just said I don't even believe he would marry a woman that he wouldn't risk his life for. I don't believe that about him. His character, I doubt he'd ever even do that. But I am saying if I'm in a marriage that's sexless, I'm getting out. It is what it is, man. And there may be a lot of bad things that may happen. It won't be the first bad thing to happen.
And all we're saying is get the fuck out before you're foreclosed and bankrupt. That's all we're saying.
Fellas, let me get in on the tail end of what's left of Roger. Cause I hear him over here trying to backtrack. It ain't working.
I ain't
It ain't working.
backtracking. I'm not saying I'm doing something different.
You know, he trying to switch it up now. Man, listen. By the time you get to what you call a sexless marriage, all kinds of stuff don't happen. It's not so easy to just back out. You're married, bro. That got to mean something. If it only means she ain't gave me no sex, so I'm out, it ain't mean nothing in the first place. Because when you got children, bro, because that's the purpose of getting married, having children and having your legacy go on. When you got children who they depend on you as their father to provide for them and protect them, man, fuck that woman.
Look, you keep reducing it to sex, and the others I keep reducing to sex.
No,
I'm not
I didn't
getting
say
divorced over sex.
nothing about sex. I said it's got to mean more than that.
Yeah,
that's what I said.
But before you said that, you said if you're gonna divorce somebody over sex. I'm not divorcing over sex. If sex stops, I'm going to address the sex problem. If a woman doesn't want to resolve the problem, which she could do, then it's yes. At that moment, this ain't got nothing to do with sex anymore.
All the men living like this have addressed it. It's not. See, you started on this premise earlier. Wait. You said earlier today that you believe most of these guys are not addressing it. Man, every man that I know that has been in a sexless marriage has had argument after argument after argument with these women. They lie.
Yeah, that's true.
They lie.
But also, there's another side to this too. Like
Well,
this,
let me say it real quick, and then you got it inspired because I got to walk away for a hot second anyway. And what I was saying by that is they're not addressing, well, at least what I was trying to communicate by that. So let me communicate it better. They're not addressing what the actual problem is because the sex is not the problem. She has the ability to do it, so the sex is not the problem.
She's not gonna. She ain't gonna tell you Long Dick Larry is knocking her down. She ain't gonna tell you that, bro.
And that's
you are. Then the marriage is already
hold
gone,
on.
bro. That kid ain't yours anyway.
Y'all, hold on, because I'm gonna give it to Inspired True Broadcast. The thing is, I don't need her to tell me that it's Long Dick Larry. When I address the problem and I see that it cannot be resolved, I don't need no new information at that point. Doesn't make a difference what it is. We going down a rabbit hole now. So I'm gone. But go ahead, Inspired True Broadcast.
All right, yeah. So basically, am I coming in clear?
Yeah. He put you on the hot seat to take the lashes he's supposed to take. So you taking up for him. Come on with it.
I just got to deal with something for about 10 minutes. That's all. Y'all got it for about 10 minutes.
We finna whoop on him for about 10 minutes. Come on with it. Come on with it.
You can try. You can attempt. I don't know if you want
He's Floyd Mayweather right now.
But we can try.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Right. So first off, peace to the brothers on the panel. Peace to the folk on the chat. Hope y'all are having a wonderful, good Friday going into this Easter weekend. So here's my perspective on this. Like when I see the term like sexless marriage, I'm like, No, it ain't no sexless marriage. Like no such of a term exists. Like it might be sexless for you, but she's getting knocked down by somebody. Like y'all are forgetting the main part. Well, not you, but like some of y'all forgetting that like these hoes are not loyal. They're not loyal. Somebody's knocking that down. They have a higher sex drive than we have. They have a hole. They can keep going on and on and on. Next year, next month, every day of the week, that somebody's getting that. So yeah, I would divorce over sex, but not for the reason that you're thinking.
You
And
paying to
that's the
let
grounds to
somebody
get the
have
hell
access
out
to
of
that
there.
coochie.
Huh?
Okay, can I jump in here real quick,
Well,
fellas?
look,
Can I jump in here real quick?
nobody has said that you should not divorce for sexlessness. Nobody has said that, and yeah, we're accepting the probability. And the young lady on the panel was kind enough to be earnest about saying that in from her perspective, it seemed like in all cases, if the woman is not having sex with you, she's having sex with someone else. And I mean, she's got an insider perspective, so I think we should defer to that. So I think we're all in the position presuming that if a man is not having sex with his wife, he she she likely is having sex with another man or another woman. I don't know these days,
Both.
and you
And both.
should prep yourself to divorce that woman. Yeah, I think we're all maybe correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen and lady. But I think we're all in that position here. Are we not?
Yes.
Oh
Or
yeah,
We,
yeah,
we
yeah,
are.
yeah.
I
tell me
don't
if
think
I'm wrong.
everybody was
Yeah.
saying that though. Some people were
Affirmative.
saying you just need
No,
to.
no one's affirmative. We all agree with that. I don't think anybody.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah,
there a
yeah, yeah.
distinction?
And here's my thing. We I question the caliber of women you all would consider marrying. One, and two, I want some of y'all to just get married and prove what you're saying. I want some of you to just get married and prove what you're saying. Do it. Don't talk about it, be about it. Get married and prove what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying about the video game, man. We can say it, talk about it in theory and hypothetical and all that stuff when nothing's attached to it. Again, it's
Right.
no real, no live rounds coming at you in real combat, so to speak.
Yeah. Get married. Do it. And
Yeah, look,
prove
I
that
would
your
be
advice
interested.
actually works.
I'm rooting for them that if their theories uphold. I mean, I don't wish ill of them if they do it. I am suspicious of the viability of a lot of it. But let me put in a caveat for usual. I put in the caveat outside of America. I think you
Hmm.
can get the deal you want to get outside of America. So I don't want to confuse what my perspective on what you can do in America with what you might be able to do outside of the country. I want to emphasize that point.
Agreed. Oh, definitely agree, Elder. And you're absolutely right. The things that you can do outside of the United States, it's a different ball game. It's a different ball game.
But
But I
like,
really I question the caliber of women you all would consider marrying. If you all would really consider marrying a woman that would not pledge her fidelity to you, I question your decision.
Genghis
Like
Khan,
for
bro,
real.
thought when bro was working with Genghis Khan, he believed that man was gonna die with him on his bedside. He didn't believe he was
Bruh.
gonna have to necessarily beat him twice in battle and
No,
cut his
yeah.
head off.
I don't,
But
Yeah,
that
I
what
wasn't
don't,
his
that
woman though. That's
what
not
he's
his
saying is
woman.
valid though.
No, it's
Like
the
he
same thing
switched
with his.
up.
It's same thing with your woman. No man necessarily goes
No,
into
it's
it and says, you
not.
know what,
Yeah,
I'm definitely gonna
it's
divorce
not the
this woman
same,
in 2
brother.
years. They never said
It
that.
is not the
It's,
same.
it's a
I got
compelling
a
story,
best
but it's not the
friend
same.
that I got a best
You
friend that
miss it.
I would
You
go
missing
through
the
the
part that's actually
fire
no one
with.
actually, no one actually believes it at first.
yeah, I
But
understand what he's saying with that. No one thinks that she's going to do it until it's getting done. You know what I mean?
Until they get there, he didn't.
yeah,
Bro sweat when he let his homeboy go the first time. He was like, I won't have to battle him again. He had to battle that man again and cut his head off. He didn't believe he had to.
And then, and Chef, you also got to think about like when you and Uru got married, y'all didn't see all the stuff that we've done seen to a certain extent. Like y'all might
Yeah.
have heard about it, you know what I mean? But
Wait,
now we actually in the movie, seeing it.
hold
You
on.
know what I
Wait.
mean?
How do
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
you
doing the
know?
marriage divorce thing recently.
yeah.
So it's a
How
different
you know?
perspective.
No, I'm not
Because we've
saying
been
We've
I'm
been
married
not.
and
we've been
divorced.
No,
Duh.
I'm
I'm gonna
not
ask you a
just.
question. Are the women of your year are bad as the women of this year? And
Oh,
that's just a
y'all,
question.
hey, Chef, Chef ain't that old. How old are you, Chef? Chef ain't that old. Y'all act like he's about 90, man.
hold
No,
on,
but
hold on,
Chef
hold on,
been
hold on, hold
married.
on. No, no,
Chef
no,
been
no, no.
married
Wait,
for
wait,
at
wait, wait.
least 10
Hold on.
years.
I want to tell you. I'm gonna tell you the women that are my age, are around my age range. Freaknik. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you.
Yeah, but
Thank you.
You,
I
in
think I
order
brought that
to,
up.
but Chef, in order
you
So
know
to,
now,
what?
so
but
wait.
Chef,
Hold on, wait.
wait,
Because you asked a
hold on.
question, and I
Chef,
want to address what you asked. I want to
oh my
address what
fault,
you
Chef.
brought up.
My bad.
Freaknik. We saw this. The difference is we did not film it. That's why you think we
Yeah.
only heard about it. We did not film it. But that don't mean just
Hey,
because you
young,
can't see my
young
receipts
men,
don't mean I have not paid my dues.
young
No,
men.
no,
I,
but I'm not. Don't think I'm trying to discredit you.
I grew up in the disco era, man. Everybody was
Thank you.
partying and getting high.
All right, so let me
Everybody.
Facts.
let me
That
What are
noise
elaborate.
y'all
right there
talking
was very
about?
similar to what he said.
This
Wait,
was
let me
the
elaborate what I'm trying
this
to
was
say.
the era this was the era of orgies and partying and all that shit that they was accusing Bill Cosby of. That's what popping pills and everybody getting high and
Yep.
pulling trains. All that shit was
Yeah.
The
going
sexual
down back then,
revolution.
man. What are y'all?
That
The
ain't
With the
only
married
The
men or with the
sexual
the
but
only
revolution.
with the
thing
married ones
the
though.
only thing. Let me finish, for Christ's fucking sake. The only thing that slowed down the hoishness of my era, what was it?
Hey,
Y'all know? AIDS.
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 That's the
Yeah.
only
AIDS.
thing that slowed down the hoarseness. Without AIDS, we had every kind of hole y'all got today. If you
All
take
right.
AIDS out of what has happened the last 40 some years, we had every brand of hole y'all got today. They were better looking, they were thinner, but it was plenty of holes, man. Plenty of holes.
But ooh, that's not. I wasn't.
The only thing that confused, the only thing that slowed it down was AIDS.
But ooh, that's not the point I was
Hold
trying
on,
to make.
real quick,
The
Sharp,
point.
before you say it. LS Actor said Freaknik has nothing on Instagram or Tinder. I think that was just a good
Scale of
place for that to
magnitude.
fit. But go ahead.
Man, please.
Yeah. So
I'm not gonna lie though. I
Freaknik,
saw
No, no,
one
no. Hold on.
video where the lady had
the
like five
Freaknik,
hands in her coochie.
Let
No.
church,
So
let
ooh,
church.
Freaknik was so bad. Freaknik was so bad that the CD fucking C shut it down. The
Thank you.
Center
but
of
Thank
Disease
you.
Control,
Well,
which was based in Atlanta, shut it down. That's what shut down Freaknik. That's
but
how
okay, here's the
bad it
thing
was.
though.
but
The
okay.
I
that
thought it was
But
Freaknik
people
was
acting
one
wild,
like
not
a day a
wait,
STDs.
hold
week.
on,
It
hold on,
wasn't like
fellas,
every
fellas,
day.
hold
Yo,
on. The
yo, the
point I'm trying to make
CDC
is,
pulled the plug on Freaknik.
yeah. But the point I'm trying to make is, in that time, you had to be there. If you wouldn't know what Freak with Nick was if you wasn't there, or you knew a nigga that had a camera and was actually and had, you know what I mean, a VHS camera and was filming stuff. Nowadays, the average Joe was not in the spots. He was not in Studio 54. He was not in Freak Nick. He was not at Black Bike Week. Like now you can just turn your phone on and you can see it.
Because every day is Freaknik now.
Every
No,
Wait,
day
wait,
is
wait,
every
wait.
freaking.
But
Look,
that's
real talk,
wait,
real
wait,
talk,
wait.
real talk,
But
shark, real talk, shark. The shit you all are jerking off on in social media, niggas is actually trying to get there to participate in that shit.
But
Like the shit
you
that
couldn't be.
y'all would like, y'all pull off on, looking on Instagram and all that kind of stuff. Niggas was getting there. They were going there. I gotta be there. I gotta
Man,
be at
the fact
Studio
that
and
Uru,
54.
the
and
fact that Uru
I
brought up
want to
I
about
say
the
gotta
one
be
other
at the
CDC,
thing.
Imperial.
I,
You
I
know,
understand what you.
niggas was
I
actually
understand what
trying
you.
to get there.
I understand what you're
And
saying, but you're looking at what I'm saying from the surface level. I'm just talking about the
no, no.
I'm talking about the diabolicalness of females. The average nigga would never have known that unless it was for this internet thing.
No, no, and that's where I want to jump in and correct you.
Let me agree.
Average
I do
dudes.
think
He has a point. He definitely has a point.
I do think the depth. I think the depth and the breadth of understanding of female nature, there's no question, has been augmented by the
Yeah.
internet. I think, I mean, like Snoop Dogg said, bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. I mean, so that like predates.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we knew that. We knew that, but we did not know the all the detail of it and all of the I know these hoes over here in Chicago ain't shit. I don't really know how the hoes in LA ain't shit. Well, yeah, now we know the hoes in LA just ain't much as shit as the hoes in Chicago. That's a real thing. And the internet definitely has facilitated that level, that broader level of understanding of female nature. I agree.
I
Uru,
think
Uru.
also the framing is there too, because like Freaknik, that was primarily college students. Like we're seeing like 50-year-old grannies like out there at the bars getting smashed. Like it's going down, man, on all
Man, you
levels.
know
That
what?
we're
You know what,
because
Milton?
people
You know, it's,
videos of
I'm
girls
glad you
fucking
mentioned it.
them.
I'm glad you mentioned it. I'm glad you mentioned it. I just recently saw this video of Desi Banks brought up a 61-year-old woman on stage, bro. Like
Yeah.
still outside, man. Still
Yeah,
outside.
I mean,
61.
Uru.
because she
Matter of
was the
fact, Shark
one that
Sims
was
and
at
Uru.
Freaknik.
You know, one thing, like I said, like growing up, like the one, like especially because I'm 31 now and stuff. Like, I remember when me going to just high school, my freshman year of high school, and even matter of fact, no, even a couple years before that, exposing just got popular. All of a sudden, all these chicks like you go to school. Next, you know, this chick's what's it called? Train video is chugging through the whole school on everybody's phones and stuff like that. Even this one even this one chick that I know that I went to church with, right? She wanted to come in there acting all wholesome and holy and stuff. The next day, we found out we have her whole video throughout the whole entire city, damn near the whole state and the country, because she became famous off of her sex video. Like it was
Okay, but
this shit was ridiculous.
Snoop Dogg made a song about that 30-some years ago. What was that song?
What was? Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
G's up, hoes down.
What was that song?
G's up,
It
hoes
ain't no
down.
fun if the homies can't have none. It ain't no fun.
Hey, wait.
But Uru,
That was 30. My point I'm making is none of this shit is new.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Uru, it's in our face now. Like it's a difference between when you heard a song back then and now when you get the whole video in your face. You're like, oh, this is what, or you finally hear the song now. You're like, oh, this is what he truly meant. This, like when we were growing up, it was like, what was called, especially when the Chris Brown song came, "These Hoes Ain't Loyal." These videos was coming out left and right. It was like, yeah, these bitches say shit. Like these hoes ain't loyal. It was like, it was crazy. World Star popped off.
But you guys are talking. You guys are talking as if we didn't know of it, man. I was in college, baby, in the early '80s.
No,
I could
but
walk
that's what I'm
past.
saying.
Let me finish. God damn, let me finish.
We're
For
not
Christ's
saying
sake.
you don't. We're not
I was
saying
on
you
a
don't
college.
know it.
I was on an HBCU. I was on an HBCU campus. I could easily walk past a dorm room and see a train. Easily. Ain't none of this shit new. And motherfuckers like, hey man, you want in? And I'm like, no, because I don't want to be involved with that. And then one of your homies like, yeah, well, okay. I'm like, hey, cuz he really, I don't know about that. Hey, it's okay. They say she okay. On the HBCU campus in 1981, baby. Ain't none of this new. I'm sorry to tell y'all, ain't none of this new.
We just saying this on steroids. We just saying this on steroids. Like the song "Video Killed the Radio Star." This is where we living. We living in video time now, so it's hard to even see them as in the light that some guys were able to see females at one point in time.
Yeah, and it ain't just
Man,
college
I ran.
anymore, and people are really kind of getting past this whole idea of a whole phase. Like it ain't no phase anymore. It just is what it is.
It's a
We
whole
realize
life.
it. We
It's a
realize
whole
It's a
lifestyle,
lifestyle.
bro.
It's
It's a whole
lifestyle,
lifestyle, man.
They have
I mean, like,
absence the presence of strong men. Absence the presence of strong men. They've always been hoes, and they've been hoes everywhere you went. And it ain't just the black one. The Asian ones are hoes. The white ones are definitely hoes. The Latinas are definitely hoes. Absent the presence of strong men with an upper hand and pimp hand, women gonna be hoes. And you know why
Yep.
they gonna be hoes? Because having a vagina is like having a magic wand. You throw it around, or you even throw out the hint of the possible use of it, and all kinds of opportunities can open up to you. So of course they're gonna be hoes, absent the presence of men. That was not created with the internet. That has always
No,
existed with the female.
We
and
had
see,
proof
and
of
Black
that.
Rule.
We had proof of that
What?
today on the panel. The woman that came up today, she told you, I grew up with both my parents. Her father was present, so she found value in having a family and being a wife because her father
So,
was there to teach her that.
and here's the
And
other thing. You got to remember this. We went and we're are older Gen X. Our parents were boomers. Our parents were the ones in the 60s. Let's not forget about that. But the late 50s and 60s, y'all, come on. That was some of y'all grandparents.
The best
And they
generation.
was freaking off. They were freaking off back then. Like for real. It's like Uru was saying, it's not new. And even before Snoop
You
Dogg said,
you
"Ain't no
was
fun before
you
if your
was
mama can't have
stepping
none."
out while someone
Hmm.
else was stepping in. I mean, come
Cheating
on,
in the
man.
next
This
room.
shit is not new.
Cheating in the next room. Come on, man. This is no, and it's
Who's
like this.
making love to your old
Your old
lady
lady.
while you was
Why?
out making? I mean, come on, man. Bobby Blue
Come
Bland,
on, man.
man. They've been singing about this shit since the '60s and '70s, man. Ain't none of this new.
No, I know that's
Ain't
what.
none of this new.
But some niggas don't believe a
And
song is real until they see the video. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? So,
and
so
So
and what
y'all got
what
to
we're
see it on the video before y'all believe it.
yeah,
Man,
you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
because Black Room, I'm not gonna lie, it's the way how we were raised up, especially with the R&B music. We were really trying to we're trying to see the best out of these chicks, and then when the video hit you, you're like, oh yeah,
All
never
that
mind.
Yeah, that
We had to learn the hard
I
way
saw
sometimes.
you and him
and him.
walking in
And
the
in the
rain.
rain.
You were holding hands. I mean,
And
all this
Nah,
shit,
and
man.
here's
80s to
never
70s,
been the
all these
same.
songs, man. They were telling y'all the truth. Y'all weren't listening.
exactly.
That
And
It,
here's
it,
the thing.
that's the
Uru, it's
key.
like
We
when
Here's the
wasn't
Uru,
thing
it's
listening.
like
in
if
this
you
You're
listen.
right.
particular.
We wasn't listening. You damn sure wasn't listening because you damn sure right. The songs
Yeah,
are saying
Now,
it. Our dumbasses wasn't listening
yeah,
until
they,
they
we
like
they
heard
were
it.
did it.
telling you, man.
We
It's like,
heard
Yeah.
it.
hey,
We didn't want to
we
you
believe
had
remember?
it.
we had more
We
No,
didn't
simp
you
want
remember
to
music
like
than
believe it.
that.
hey,
We had more simp
mm,
music though. We had more simp, a higher concentration of simp music though.
yeah,
like
absolutely.
okay,
Yeah.
let me jump in here real quick, fellas. Let me jump in here real quick. I want to say something.
Even Michael Jackson told y'all. Even
Dirty
Billie
Diana.
Jean
The
is
girl,
not my lover.
Uh,
Well,
Yeah,
say that but that kid is not my son. Even
yeah,
Michael
see,
facts.
Jackson told y'all in
Uru, it
1982.
didn't even click in until like I was older. Like I swear, I was listening to that song thinking it was a regular old song. I was like, "Who's Dirty Diana? Who's Billie Jean? Like, what is this?" But I was like, I
Yeah.
was jamming to the song,
Well, no,
and then when I'm older, I was like,
he
"Oh, this
that
bitch ain't
Dirty
shit."
Diana.
That's bro.
That was
That was hard.
autobiographical because he was telling on Diana Ross. He
Diana
was
Yeah,
telling
Ross,
on how
yeah.
Diana Ross had, had groomed him. Yeah, that was personal. That was personal.
Yeah,
And that's when I'm
and
like,
let me
I
jump
didn't
in here
even
real
know.
quick, fellas. I want to say
Yeah.
something. I want to say something real quick because the title of the show, the subject is a sexless marriage. But for the past couple of hours, we really have been talking about infidelity. And infidelity and a
Hmm.
sexless marriage, they are totally different things. And I don't want to conflate the two because they're not the same. They are so not the same thing. Infidelity is one thing. A sexless marriage is a whole nother thing with its own set of rules and hairiness and idiosyncrasies. It is not infidelity. Infidelity is infidelity. A sexless marriage is something totally different. And we've been talking about infidelity.
Well, but hold on now. The sister said that
Well,
in her understanding, when
Out
the
of 10.
women are not having sex with their men, it's because she said, "What, 10 out of 10?" Ain't that what
Yeah,
she
she
said?
said
Or
out
she
of
said
ten.
10
10
she's
out of
out of
trying to be
10.
10.
Yeah.
All the
conservative?
time.
Hmm.
I heard that.
She said
But
10
that's
out of
not
10 times. When hold on now, because we're giving deference to the young lady here. That because what she appeared to be saying was that sexless marriage is a sexless marriage because that woman was having sex with some other man,
Mm-hmm.
or that's a feature in the sexless. That's what she was saying.
and and what I'm saying is even her definition does not separate the two because she said that was for cheating. They were cheating. So it's not a sexless marriage. A sexless marriage is when neither one of the participants are having sex. Not when they're not having sex, just when they're not having sex with each other and one's having sex somewhere else. That's not a sexless marriage. That is infidelity. That's not the same thing. The sexless marriage has a different
Yeah,
root
but
cause. A
typically
sexless
when
marriage,
we're talking about typically when we're talking about sexless marriage, we're usually talking about the woman's refusal to have sex with the man. Typically,
Hmm.
Right.
there is
and
some
and when
instances of
she's
the opposite occurring.
and she's not
There is
having
some
sex with
instances of the
him,
opposite.
I'm sorry, I got a little background noise. She's not having sex with him because she does not have a desire to have sex. Period. That's the difference between
Well,
infidelity and a sexless
That's
marriage.
not true.
chef.
Chef, you
Here's
bugging.
That's not true.
here's the fundamental problem. Here's the fundamental problem. We know she's not having sex. What we don't know is why. Well, we know she's not having sex with her husband or
Mm-hmm.
some man she's committed to. We know. What we don't know is why she is not having sex with that man. Now, it could be that for an assortment of reasons, she cannot or will not have sex. But the young lady appeared to be saying that in many cases, when it concerns a black couple in particular, it's a one-sided sexlessness in that the man is sexless, assuming he's not getting it somewhere else. The man is sexless, but the woman herself is not necessarily sexist when it concerns black
Hey,
people. So
I,
I mean I get what you're saying, but the fundamental problem here is we don't know what the woman is doing. Really. We in most
I,
cases we don't really know what the woman is doing. We know
I
the man
wanna,
is not having sex with the woman. We don't necessarily know why.
Copy.
I wanna get in on this one. The marriage itself is primary. So if one or the other is not giving sex to the other one, the marriage is sexless. It doesn't matter what they're doing on the outside. They both could be sleeping with other people on the outside. The marriage is still sexless
Mm-hmm.
because they're not having sex.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. That's the issue. And I'm not saying it's trivial that they're having sex on the
But
outside.
no, I gotta see. Here's the problem, because in terms of what is actually happening, usually, usually it
Right.
is the man who is being denied sex. So you
No, no.
cannot present it as this quote sexless marriage. I'm saying, and because it's usually the man who is not having sex, then
Right.
the issue of saying the woman and why she's not having the sex becomes the issue. I agree, if they're not having sex in the marriage, is sexless. But what is potentially distracting is it conveys this notion of this sort of fallacious equivalency of both parties being in this sexless state, when that is not necessarily the truth at all. One party in that sexless marriage is in a sexless state, and another party in that sexless marriage might not at all be in a sexless state. And that needs to be emphasized, understood, and emphasized.
Okay.
And like I said, I
I
never met a
agree.
dickless woman before. Like I like
No,
she always got some type of penis near her, man. It doesn't have
I'm not.
it doesn't have to be her man. It
If you
doesn't have to
I'm
be
marry,
not
crazy.
disagreeing
Preach.
with that and saying that that's not true. I'm saying that it's more multifaceted than what we've been focusing on. That's my only point. I'm not saying that what you said is not true, and that's not the case at all. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's
Well,
it's multifaceted.
she made an interesting argument about. She asserted that most of the women are not having are they're not sexless. They are not having sex with their husband, but the women themselves are not sexless. She said that.
That's what I'm
Now
saying.
I'm not in a
Monkey branch.
position. I'm not in a position to contradict that or not. I think because but Chef, I think you would agree, because she's a woman, she's more likely to elicit earnest responses from other women than we are as men. Would you not agree?
Agreed. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of giving deference to her commentary on that, because she's sitting down with 10 women at any point in time, and they're all telling her how they rather have sex with Daquan or somebody than their husband. She's got the privilege as a woman to observe that we do not have as men.
she's an insider.
Agreed.
You ever been
Yeah.
you ever been that one male friend in the room?
Hold fast, because I got to get some super chats in now that I'm back. I think it's like 3 of them I missed. All right, so shout out to all the people super chat. Appreciate y'all big time. Appreciate y'all big time. I see one by LS Active. He says so the cheating rate, divorce rate, etc. ain't gone. Okay, I didn't hear what this was in reference to, but this is him saying they're somewhat close to each other. I can buy into that very easily. I can definitely buy into that very easily. Shout out to Gyogami, and appreciate the 57-cent trail penalty tax, my brother. He says, respectfully, Uru and Chef, you're on some fraudulent argumentation. The more fatherless a generation, the horror the generation. Decadence era don't get no more Puritan. Okay, I guess maybe has something to do with y'all talking about. I heard something about y'all was talking about the 70s and whatnot for a minute, so maybe that had something to do with that. But I do agree that fatherless homes, of course, there's going to be more holes. Yeah, I mean, we all should be able to see that. And also shout out to Ellis Actor one more time. He said the lady just told you it is, and of course that's referring to K Marie saying. And she said 10 out of 10, they're cheating on. And then she said, she was like, maybe possibly one of them ain't, but more than likely, it's all 10 of them cheat. So the fact that she said it kind of in that manner, I'm going to say at the end of the day, it's just a reasonable conclusion at this point to come to the fact that, or come to the conclusion that if you're not having sex with her, it's because she's having sex with someone else.
Somebody else.
So my thing is, I don't care what her reason is. It could very much be someone else. I'm out of there regardless. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. She will eventually be having sex with somebody else because Rod's about to blow this thing up. And maybe, I'm just saying, maybe that's what more men need to do. Maybe the reason they do this stuff because ain't nobody blowing up nothing.
Exactly.
I think we all agree the men should get out of those arrangements. If assuming they can't do some sort of bargaining as to, whatever they consider to be cost beneficial. Look, if I'm a rich guy, right, and I'm with this fellow high status woman, if I'm Bill Clinton, and it works for me to stay with Hillary Clinton, but I really like to fuck on other women, I'm gonna stay with Hillary. Nigga, I'm gonna stay with Hillary. I rode Hillary all the way to the White House, right? So I'm gonna stay with Hillary. I'm gonna fuck on these other bitches. She gonna understand it. I'm gonna understand it, and that's what we gonna do. And so sometimes you have situations like that where the marriage is a great business partnership, great socio-economic partnership. And sex is not a major consideration in that coupling. Now, I'm not making a value judgment of that. I'm explaining what actually happens amongst some people. And it don't have to necessarily be presidential level for people to draw those conclusions. They could be at state level, the governor or the mayor or the corporate president or a lot of times high status people make decisions like this. And especially if the woman is from a certain family background, and so you maintaining that marriage I'm married to a Kennedy who don't like to have sex. I'm gonna still probably stay married to that fucking Kennedy because she's a fucking Kennedy.
I
Just
definitely
to
appreciate your point
emphasize a
there.
point. Yeah.
And I do want to say at that point, don't just go for high status people. There's some very low status people who will make the same kind of arrangement
There you go.
due to certain stabilities that people have going on. Sometimes it is due to medical conditions and things like that. So there are people who are going to choose to go that method. But I'm going to say, at least in those situations, more likely there has been a discussion and there has been an agreement. And when you've at least discussed and agreed with somebody about it, at least ain't nobody doing nothing treacherous to the other person.
Yeah.
So I can rock with that a little bit better. And I'm going to say shout out to Gyogami again. And thank you for the 57-cent trail Bentley tax again. He said a couple isn't married to the city population. So having sex outside the marriage is irrelevant in determining if the marriage is sexless. Now, I'm going to agree with that because it is about the two people in the marriage having sex with each other. And if one of those people is having sex with someone outside the marriage, I mean, that don't resolve the issue for the person who wants sex in the marriage. So at the end of the day, y'all, if the marriage ain't about us no more, and if a woman's not having sex with me, she's making it very clear to me this marriage is no longer about us. So now I'm back to it's about me now. It is what it is. And shout out to No Place.
Well, look, I do think it's relevant.
Well, let me get this joke in real quick back before you say it. Shout out to No Placeholder. He said, Bazooka Roger, # long live the habitual line steppers. And I ain't saying you got to use a bazooka. But go ahead, Black Rule.
Well, no, to me, I do think it's informative that if I do think it means something if I do believe that what the lady said, that most of the women who are in these quotes of sexless relationships are actually having sex with other men. To me, that should be informative to men who are in sexless relationships. Because what very often happens is those men are being gaslighted during that time. They're being lied to. They're being distracted by all the kids or whatever, and I'm worn out. I'm working hard. I'm really tired, or my period is off. Those men are being gaslighted. But if those men know that most of those women are fucking other dudes, then that should inform how they view a lot of that.
Yeah,
that they're being deceived and lied to and manipulated.
So yeah, I wanna hop in on that because You see, we're still under the impression that women and men cheat at the same rate. And I'm going to say BS. I'm going to say that based on my calculation and based on how I know how to calculate statistics, women probably cheat 3 to 4 times more than men. Women have more STDs than men. Niggas up here having kids at 30% that don't know they're theirs. And this is all product of sexless marriage, right? Because she'll not sleep with you for months at a time. Then when she take that pregnancy test, you know what she gonna do? She gonna give you a little butt, right? She just gonna scoot over a little bit. You poke her, you come beside her. Then tomorrow, sexless again, because she needs you to believe that you got her pregnant. And see,
Amen.
these these are types of deceptions that goes on in a sexless marriage. So, could you be in a sexless marriage? Absolutely not. But if you're in a sexless marriage, is it your fault? Absolutely. Because at the end of the day, you are looking for marriage to be something it is not. Especially in America, man. Especially in America. I mean, look, man, look. Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. Perfect example of what marriage should be. Right? I'm with you, you with me. We climb this ladder together, right? I'm tricking off for holes on the side, and Hillary is eating out, girls that a little bit, what she shouldn't be doing. Hillary be doing shit she shouldn't be doing. Let me put it that way. But at the end of the day, it worked. And I hope that wasn't inappropriate for anybody.
I think you did pretty good with that one, bro.
Yeah,
For your track record,
look,
you
Hillary went into that marriage knowing she was very smart. She saw he was a very talented politician and charismatic figure, and she saw him going places. And she also saw that he liked to get down. And she did a cost benefit analysis and said that, well, part of the feature of this thing will be that I understand that he's going to be getting down. Did any of y'all ever see the movie Primary Colors? If you did, you should watch that movie because it's basically a fictionalized portrayal of the Clinton.
But see, this is the thing. I respectfully
It's
have to
actually a very
disagree.
good movie.
I have to respectfully disagree with you a little bit. I think that Bill saw how Hillary got down because there are some legal actions against Hillary from women who said that Hillary did things that she shouldn't have did to them, and it's women. And so, and Bill, he Hillary's like the freak of the week, right? Especially in the 90s. So I'm gonna say it's opposite. I'm gonna say it's the opposite.
Hot sauce trying to get Roger put on the Clinton hit list.
I'm just saying.
From what I understand about the Clintons, she basically typed him as being a talented political animal, and but she also understood what he was from a carnal perspective. That he was a very talented, very charismatic, and a brilliant man. Brilliant man.
Brilliant politician.
But he also liked to get some tail. And she went into that situation right. She went into that situation with that understanding, and she accepted that. I mean, what's his name? The guy who he wrote a book about it. One of the Watergate was named Woodward. He wrote a book about it. and he
I understand.
basically said that she knew everything about what time he was on going into that relationship.
But the evidence outside that don't show that. Clinton don't got lawsuits out there like that. She does.
Well, I'm gonna say, when it come down to it, she went to what I believe she considered a win-win situation. Because without Bill Clinton, where's her political career coming from?
That's facts.
Correct.
She
He
won.
has not. He has not.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that definitely could have been an arranged marriage, and they knew what time it was. And all I'm saying is, at least I can respect that because people know what level they're on. It's bad when people end up in a situation where they feel betrayed. You know what I'm saying? And then they go out and do something that they really shouldn't do because of this betrayed feeling that they had. You know.
But Roger, let me just say this though.
And you can say this much about Hillary. Every time there's a death of a dignitary, she's always there right next to him when he appeared. We can't say that about our illustrious so-called black president.
Shots fired.
Man. This is what I want to say so quick. So I do want to say this. If you do find yourself in one, don't feel bad because Obama is in one too. This nigga can't even touch the thermostat. So,
and this man run a nation, bro.
Was that a double entendre?
No, she was on
That's funny.
On her podcast. She was like, "You better not touch the thermostat, nigga."
Nah, you ain't. I know. I get you, brother. I get you. I was just cracking a joke, brother.
And on top of that, George is clapping that ass. George is clapping that ass.
I'm gonna say it's reasonable. That's a very reasonable conclusion to come to at the end of the day. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna say though, I
Skull
think
and Bones has his privilege, player.
Well, I'm gonna
Skull
say
and Bones has his privilege.
the big thing about being in a sexless marriage, obviously, is get out. That's what men need to walk away with. Get out.
Yeah, disrespect starts on one thing and then goes into other things. So yeah, get out.
Because I mean, you know that baby coming that is not yours.
It's coming, bro.
Exactly. It's not yours. Yeah.
So that's what always my mental part always started from, like I think somebody else said. 10 out of 10, I've seen enough times through my own life when a woman stops sleeping with whatever dude, she's sleeping with somebody else. I even had a chick that I was taking care of. Literally, she was living in my house. We got in an argument necessarily for about a month or two. I think we stopped talking or whatever, bro. One of my homeboys called me. I think I see old girl. She at the mall with somebody else. I was like, oh, okay. You not sleeping with me? What she was doing next month? She was in the mall with somebody else. Man, by the time she got back, all her stuff was at the door. Yep. I already know what the game is. I play this. Yep. Instead of you getting you the time to monkey breakfast instead of and my resources, I'm just gonna let you go. Find your man necessarily, and if it go good for you, go good for you. You gotta get you a second shot.
If a black woman ain't sick, she fucking.
She fucking exactly.
If she under maybe 80, I would say about 80. I would put 80 at the cutoff.
So
if she ain't if she ain't sick, she fucking.
So you ain't shit for that, man.
Hey, right. I seen my grandma. I seen my grandma getting down. I seen Mr.
My wife's grandmother was getting it in at 94. 94, she was getting it in.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do want to remind y'all there was a statistic a while back where STDs were growing very rapidly in nursing homes.
Growing among older women. Yeah, old folks. Yep.
So, but I do want to say this.
Shout out to that Cialis and that Niagara.
I do want to say this really quickly, because now that we're at the edge, a little bit, so they on me because we're at the edge. So I'm home now. So I gotta take y'all there. So first, our usual business. You did the right thing, but I hope you brush your teeth a lot because I'm pretty sure you taste that nigga's dick. Because even when she's not speaking,
Damn!
Clip was right there. That's
I
what
don't
a
know.
clip
I don't know.
was.
I don't know who the fuck this nigga talking about like that. I ain't never disrespect that nigga.
You ain't about to go there.
Can I
You
finish?
ain't about to
Come on, nigga, you don't need to finish shit with me, bro.
Respectfully.
Nah, nigga, ain't no respectfully in none of that shit, bro.
Now this nigga want to have some respect. Now he want to have some respect.
Ain't no respectfully in none of
Yeah.
You got
you got me in time too long, nigga.
if you're scared of reality, I don't know what you
I
talking about, but that's
told
what it is.
I told this nigga yesterday. He always takes it to the next level. He always takes it to the next level.
We rather you not, bro. We rather you not.
Yeah.
Oh man.
We're here. So just strap the fuck in. So
We're here.
Strap the fuck in. We're almost done. So okay, we're taking off as unusual. But at the end of the day, because even though it's Xmas, you still kiss her goodbye, you still kiss her hello. You give you Eskimo kisses, nigga.
Hey, bro. Hey, listen here, Slim Chat, nigga. You the nigga who got to fail marriages.
This
I'm not the nigga who fail marriages.
Hot
That shit the fuck down.
This is some nasty work.
Bro,
this is some nasty work, hot sauce. For you, man. This is some nasty
You out of control.
I ain't no marriages, nigga. That's your shit, bro. That's your problem, bro. That's not
You out of control. And y'all notice hot sauce be the first one feelings be hurt when somebody say something crazy to
Look. Look like we about to go to the round table. I think this is about a good time. We about to go to the round
go ahead and wrap it up. Go ahead and wrap it up. Go ahead.
You know what? But I'm gonna say that monkey branching thing is a real thing that some people try to do it. Me myself personally, now, even though I was like this before I even learned about the monkey branching thing, I do believe in consequence. Now, if somebody give you a pass on the consequence, that's between you and them. But if there's a thing that goes wrong, a consequence is an acceptable reality. So for me, me not paying bills, whatever, I'm going to disrupt your marriage lifestyle because it's a consequence of not being a part of the marriage. People may think it's bad. People may think it's trying to belittle the woman or destroy. No, it's nothing to do with that. I just believe in consequence. When I do something wrong, people mess me up sometimes. But if I know I did something wrong, what am I supposed to say when I know I caused it? At the end of the day, they're punishing me because I did something wrong. I got to just take it. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. So now when somebody do wrong to me, it's my option to punish them or not. And sometimes I'm just going to say, when people punish me, I can punish you. It is what it is. I don't care what it looks like to people. I don't care about people's feelings about it. It's my job to determine if you have to get a punishment or not. And often I'm going to say, yes, you should get a punishment. And sometimes I'm doing it out of love. I know I'm going to put you through this so you don't put yourself in this bad situation another time. So sometimes I'm doing it just to look out for you. So when I say I'm going to do some stuff, I want the marriage. If I cannot have the marriage, I don't want to support the marriage. Now, I'm going to say, byproduct me, I may not be helping her monkey branch to another nigga. That might help me at the end of the day. Now, I may pay some other penalty later, but I just have a bad idea about helping somebody be okay when we not okay. I personally believe once a woman decides she doesn't want to be with me anymore, whatever life deals to her, is for her to figure out, not for me to figure out. And I'm going to say, I do think a lot of black men, we have this thing about us. Even if we know the woman's breaking up with us, because usually it's her, we still do these extra things to make sure she gonna be okay. I don't believe in that. I don't care about her state once we're done. She got to figure that out. I'm not figuring it out. It is what it is. And I'm gonna wrap it up right there, y'all. It's been a great show.
Oh, Roger, I wanted to apologize though. My bad, unusual, but I did say respectfully though. But my bad. I think that's
This nigga.
Just
This
like
nigga
nigga
here.
came straight from the
Boy,
hip, nigga, you sucking dick. I'm like, what you talking about?
Hey,
still can't give a
hey,
straight
all that.
apology, man.
hey. Sometimes the
Roger,
nigga give an olive branch. Just take it and let's roll.
Roger, go on and end the
No
show.
olives
Go on
on
and
that
end the show.
Y'all
motherfucker.
have a
What?
good
I
weekend
roll,
out there, y'all.
I
Y'all have
roll
a
and do
good
my
weekend.
thing.
If you new, make sure you subscribe to the channel. You only gonna get this level of content right here, and that's just real talk. So subscribe to the channel. If you're not getting the notifications, just remember you probably won't get the notifications. We do this at 9 a.m. Chicago time. We'll see you next time around. Long live Habitual Line Steppers. I'm Roger. I'm right. Oh, I can't close. No placeholder came up. Did you have something you want to say? I gotta at least give him a final statement. No placeholder. Did you want to say anything before we go off air?
Just come to work when he get ready.
No. You know what? He was here for the after show. He was here for the after show. He dropped the message. All right. So long live Habitual Line Steppers. I'm Roger. I'm right, and I'm out.
Yeah, bro. I apologize, man.